world. Hey, what it do, 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 world. Hey, what it do, 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 world. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. We back live. We here, we here. Yeah, we here. Shout out to everybody around the world. Shalom, beloved family. We are live on Instagram. In fact, I forgot my TikTok. In fact, I forgot my TikTok. TikTok forgot about me. I forgot about TikTok. That's how fast you just gotta move on from things and move on from people and situations and stuff like that. Yeah. Just gotta keep doing your thug thistle and keep on rolling. Let me make sure I get this up. But yeah, we live on TikTok. We live on Instagram, Twitch, Kick. We live on YouTube. We live on everywhere. So it's just good to be here. It's a wonderful time to be alive. See a lot of things going on. My apologies yesterday. I had to take a day off. Just kind of reset and, you know, work on everything I'm working on right now. So it's it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day for the neighbor. Would you be mine? Would you be mine? Gotta be in good spirits. Gotta be in good spirits. People want to take your joy, man, especially nowadays. Man, just gotta keep a level head and keep doing you. Know that the Most High, He don't forget His chosen. That's one thing I know for sure. He has definitely kept His beautiful hand on me. So, yeah, make sure we get that right and it's registered. But yeah, yesterday I wasn't here yesterday just because of family. You know, I have to look out for family when they're going through something. A couple of people I know lost family members or people I know passed away. So it's just like it's that time of the season right now. You know, a lot of people may not really know what's going on in my life, you know, but you know, I try to just keep a smile on my face just in the midst of all of the chaos and stuff like that, just because sometimes you just gotta keep and you gotta laugh to keep from crying. Mm. Know that you're gonna be all right. You know, shake it off and keep moving forward. But anyways, just like everything moving forward now, wow, I have super boatloaded, y'all. This is gonna have to be two programs because the Holy Spirit just always just gives me so much, y'all. This big ass head just be holding so much. It just does. But yeah, let me get my head together. Mm. Yeah, shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. We good. We good. So, um, before I even get to this, let me make sure I got everything set up over here because it is definitely. Oh man, I got so much for y'all. It's crazy. Let me scoop past and make sure that I did not forget anything. But there is disasters everywhere, y'all. No joke. It's literally disasters everywhere. It is no joke. I can't even make none of this up. Yeah, y'all about to get boatloaded. Like, y'all about to get boatloaded. So, yeah, shout out to everybody on TikTok. You won't be able to hear anything that is playing right now. You have to go to any of my other channels. Go to Prime Black, PRIMEBLAQ. What a wonderful time to be alive. All praise to the Most High and the Holy Spirit and Brother Yahweh Shai and our guardian angels, keeping us calm, keeping us peaceful, you know, keeping us level-headed and keep us going, you know, in the midst of all of this stuff. Anybody scared of your ass? Anybody scared of you? You better stay over there. You better stay over there while you're trying to keep lurking and looking and shit like that. It used to be the homie. Mm. What is that song? DMX used to be my dog. You was in my left titty. Scream out it died. Thought you would die with me. Found out you ain't on the side with me. Now it's a war. You ain't on the side with me. I don't know. That song is beautiful. Rest in peace. But yeah, shout out to everybody out there. Man, I got people all over the world. I got people in Canada, China, Korea, Japan, all throughout Africa. Shout out to the Nigeria. I got major people in my Nigeria that know me, and shout out y'all. Y'all got my music on rotation out there. It's just an amazing thing about how much love and support I got from people who actually love and genuinely support me, regardless of anything. We all make mistakes. We all nobody's perfect, you know. Um, when you point that finger, oh, you better watch that finger. But no, anyways, I'm just in a good mood. I promise y'all, man. It's just I'm turned up. I'm in a great mood right now. I'm in a great mood because everything is just falling into place the way it's supposed to. God will reveal all in due time. So, anyways, let's go look at what the world is on right now. Let's see what the world is on. Then we're gonna get y'all in tune with everything. Oh my goodness, it is. This map. Every time I look at it, I just love it. Oh, we got one goodie in the middle. We got a goodie in the middle. That was a 5.0 in the middle of Atlantic on the southern part of the hemisphere. Yeah, Chile is going through it, y'all. Chile has just been getting these earthquakes have been smacking the whole coast. It's literally been ripping up all of that right there. So I don't think I brought any video footage of Chile like that, but it's literally been rocking all over the place out there. There's a heat wave in Argentina. There's massive amounts of fires throughout there. There's drought. A lot of the farmland has been getting affected all throughout the whole region. It's just like everything is really getting cooked. A lot of regions right now. I'm not even gonna go there. Let me swing it back up. I always start off with Asia just because they got the map over there. We'll get to America in a minute. Oh, come on, y'all. My map is on wonkers right now. Let me go. Let me go. Let me live, baby. But we got this going on with this. So obviously there's just massive amounts of tsunamis going on, rocking and shaking up everything. Um, all of these earthquakes, obviously, is definitely they're not really speaking about the amount that's going on out here, but they're there. They're getting registered. Obviously, you know what I'm saying. Like you have you have the experts that are paying attention to all of this stuff. Like I said, they're both creeping on both sides. They're both getting deeper. They're both getting darker. Even this little small one, that's a deep, dark one. You know what I'm saying? So, yes, they are definitely posing. Um, you still got the sinkholes going on. There's another one. Resident urge to evacuate. Okay, still the same. We ain't changed over here to U.S. F-45 jets perform emergency landing due to fuel shortage. So you got everybody spying on each other, you know, and they extra spying on each other. You running pilots into the ground and all type of stuff that way. Um, yeah, you got that going on. Let's see where we at right here. You still got these events going on. Whew, oh my goodness, it's getting there. It's going two different ways, y'all. How did that happen? It's three going on right now at the same damn time. So I don't know if it's swinging that way, but they following behind each other. They coming from this one little valley, and then you got one right here. So this one is picking up, swinging around Fiji. I don't know which way. I can't really tell which way it's going. It's just kind of sitting. If it swings this way, then it's definitely going towards America. So um, I don't know how much it's going to pick up, but um, they like to swing from the corner pocket though. But yeah, you definitely have a lot of weather in the water going on right now. Um, they got all of this stuff going on right now. So let's see what's going on in Australia. Australia is just massively on fire right now. You cannot, there's nothing contained out there, but not only is it fires, though, it's massive amounts of flooding. So just as much as it's raining, I mean, just as much as it's flooding, just as much as this fires going on right now, it is raining and it's flooding all crazy right now. So yeah, insurance claims flood in after torrential rains. Yeah, it's interesting because every region around the world is getting hit by natural disasters that they normally wouldn't get hit by. And so the claims for these things are like skyrocketing because people are starting to find out like, oh, well, I guess I needed fire insurance. Oh, well, I needed in flood insurance. Oh, man, I needed earthquake insurance. Oh, man. Yeah, all throughout Indonesia and Malaysia and all these countries right now. The massive amount of mosquitoes and pestilence right now is definitely up right now. You can't go wrong. I don't know. What is this right here? Dengue fever? All right. Since January 25th. Malaysia is going through it, y'all. Yeah, many of the Asian countries right now, like I got plenty of videos to show y'all what's going on out there. What's this question mark? Keep messing with my map. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It ain't my fault. Oh, it's missing hunter. Come on, y'all. There we go. Good and locked in. I think it's this mouse. Typically, the mouse wouldn't do it. It's just so sensitive. Oil factories, 3 wagons, train, derail. And you got to think about all these derailments happening because of all these earthquakes. So products is not able to get where they need to get to. Like that's a real thing right now. The delay and everything, you got a delay, and the post office and mail and stuff like that. This whole region has just been completely unstable. They ain't really talking about it though, but a lot of this region has been really unstable just from earthquake activity. We're going through it. Obviously, you got the typical war-prone stuff going on. Man, these are a lot more fires that have popped up throughout all of Africa right now. It's still going on. I just want to check here. What is this water one? What is this? Potable water supply disruption. It's just you got fires and then you ain't got no water to even. It was going straight. I knew it was going towards Zimbabwe. It just hit like a pivot. It hit like a Euro step over Madagascar. It hit a Euro step over Madagascar and kept it pushing. Let's see what's going on in South Africa. Healthcare disruption. South Africa's HIV care crisis. Funding freeze leaves lives at clinics close. Service halts. Beaches polluted with oil spill. There's been a lot of oil spills. I mean, obviously you have a lot of these earthquakes opening up regions that have not been exposed, and caves, underground worlds are being found and discovered now at this point. So definitely got a lot going on in Africa. Ooh, it's kind of quiet in Europe right now. Is that the spell before the storm? I don't know. But it's definitely, you got famines going on. You got droughts and famines. Persistent thick fog. And that fog has been crazy. I ain't gonna lie, that fog has been crazy everywhere. There was a fog in Florida. There's a fog over in Europe. It's an interesting type of fog. It's a very interesting type of fog. What's going on up here? You still got Greenland going through what they're going through. We over to America. Fairly quiet. But you got to think about these earthquakes right here in the middle of nowhere on these tectonic plates is swinging these. When you get earthquakes in the water, they amplify a storm's potential, because they're just sweeping the water up into it. So, yeah. Let's see. Still got, what is that? You definitely got drought. This whole area is about to just catch fire. Texas is about to go through it. Arkansas, obviously, they prepare for, no, that's the old one. That's an old one as well. They need to take some of these older ones off. 7 students taken to hospital after hazardous material. It's a lot of hazardous stuff going on right now. What is this? Yeah, these tsunami waves is going to be crazy. It was an avalanche in Canada, Vancouver. Montana is definitely frozen right now. Next round of storms to coat western Montana valleys raise avalanche danger. Yeah, it's definitely going to be bad out there. cluster of 4 events. Let me see. Airplane accident. That building burnt. So it's going on everywhere. It's going on everywhere. Mexico got that going on right now. You got the 50 state 50 protest going on as well right now. So every state is going through an actual demonstration right now that they are um, highlighting what's going on in this administration that is definitely putting a lot of people on high alert everywhere around the world. Yeah, there's major protests and demonstrations everywhere. You have people who are protesting what happened right now. They just sent the first plane of migrants back to Haiti. They just sent the plane back to India. They just sent the plane back to Mexico. They just sent the plane to Asia, to China. They sent the plane. They are sending planes. They have been going door to door, knocking on doors. You got a lot of people. Like I said, you have a lot of people who lost their jobs, and then you have to bring in a lot of these new faces, the people who are completely inexperienced. But the door to door thing is, very been very going. It's been prevalent. It's been going on. I'm very interested in the Gulf right now because of the oil spills that have been out here. I've been out here to all of these regions from all the way down. I've been to Brownsville, Corpus Christi, Victoria, Houston, Beaumont, Lake Charles, Lafayette, New Orleans, Gulf Point, Biloxi, Mobile, Pensacola, Tallahassee, this whole region along here. Still beautiful, don't get me wrong. It's still beautiful. You got Galveston, Texas down here. But these oil spills, they affected the marine life down there. They're not really getting the pull as far as in the I guess the marine fishing and stuff like that as it was before. And you got to be mindful that the uh, Super Bowl is about to happen out in New Orleans right now, and they all about seafood. And I from me being out there, I can see and tell that almost majority of these places are going to get impacted by the level of seafood contamination. You're going to have millions of people out there. You're going to have restaurants that may skid by, but then you're going to have many restaurants that are going to be like the really disgusting ones. The ones that don't take care of themselves. They're not sanitary. These are the restaurants that end up on the Gordon Ramsay's kitchen nightmares type of thing. But yeah, anywho, we just wanted to kind of highlight that. But we're gonna bring it back and see what's going on around the world. Make sure we keep y'all covered. But yeah, it is definitely rocking and rolling everywhere. Definitely rocking and rolling everywhere. Starting to pick up. So let's do this before I swing over to this computer because this one has a whole lot that I'm gonna scrape through. Let's just get this one out.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're at out here on this fine Wednesday, right? It is a Wednesday, I believe. Yes, Wednesday, February 5th, 2025 is the date. 10:28 California time. Latest activity here on the Earthquake 3D Globe shows a 2.2 across Northern California. That earthquake is showing up here on the seismograph station there across Petrolia, which is just south of the Eureka area in Northern California. Pretty close to where that 2.2 is striking. That's why it's showing up fairly nice. Also a little spike in Yellowstone National Park, roughly about the same time, not associated with that earthquake there in Northern California. Looking at the latest activity here across the area of the Santorini area, the Colombo volcano region, still seeing quite a bit of earthquake activity here. And a 4.8, one of the largest quakes there so far in the last couple hours, about 10 kilometers deep there for that earthquake. As far as migration goes, still looking at a little southward turn here of migration of quakes towards the Santorini area. A lot of these earthquakes down below the surface area associated with I think a larger magma chamber down there at about 7 to 10 kilometers below the surface, adding some further volume of magma underneath the region, which in turn fractures the surface area. That's why we're seeing a lot of surface quakes up here as well. And it's still going. Goodness.
Yeah, and you got to understand, like you just said, it's still going. There's been over 2,000 earthquakes. They're trying to not report it like they're downsized and they're like, oh, it was 17, or it was 200. Like, no, it's been thousands of earthquakes in this whole region. And you got to understand that with the planetary parade that's going on in the skies, it is waking up a lot of these monsters. It is waking up a lot of these beautiful monsters. I won't even call them monsters. They're just, beautiful beings, spirits. I don't know. It's amazing. But majority of all of the volcanoes around the world have been becoming active, reactivating, and they're getting into unrest. So they're restless right now. They've been restless. They're waking up out of hibernation. Something is waking them up like a brown bear.
Really no decline in that right now. Let's go ahead and check out the USGS model showing 4.8 there just about an hour or so ago. And no fives today. No fives today, but definitely a number of fours continuing. I have not seen any type of letting up, so to speak, here. This is a seismograph station there across the Santorini, Greece area.
That looks horrible.
In the last 24 hours, and it's still just littered with earthquake activity. Last night, I think it was about 10 or 11 o'clock there. There was a little bit of period of quietness. You can kind of see the seismograph lines here with a couple smaller quakes shown in. But since about midnight or so, things have ramped up with many, many fours, as noted here on the map. And just kind of waiting to see what happens here. There was a little article put out of where the sea level out here, as far as the visible line that the sea water leaves across the rocks, has dropped. That is not a sign of the sea dropping. That's a sign of land rising out here across the region, which would, obviously show up as a lower sea level mark on the rocks. But inflation going on out here nonetheless. And it's definitely a little concerning, obviously. No major events yet, but still watching that potential here of migration in the area. I believe this is, 99% certain here that it's related to a recharging of the magma chamber down below this region, about 7 to 10 kilometers deep or so. And that is adding, these fracture earthquakes there at the surface. I don't believe that this is just purely plate tectonics. I believe this is a sign of magma building underneath the area.
Mm-hmm.
Live look at the seismograph station there.
It's crazy. That looks like an audio wave.
Pretty calm right now. I mean, that 5-pointer or the 4-pointers that we've seen here this morning do show up quite nicely on that seismograph station. So just kind of keeping an eye on things here. We do have a little bit of movement across the Campi Flegrei area as well.
Heading right into Italy.
The area of Italy. Not really seeing a whole lot of activity stirring up out there, but there is some newer movement out there across that volcano region. And let's see, hold on a second here. Let's go over here to the Volcanoes Today news agency site. See if there's anything new to report. Savart Singi, that's the Iceland area, still showing deformation measurements, indicating inflation. It's just a matter of time before we see the return of an eruption there across that area. Kilauea volcano paused last night after a short-lived eruption. Just a rinse and repeat. That was episode number 8. Probably come into episode number 9 here in a couple days. Just an interesting turn of events there across Kilauea volcano.
8 is completion.
I don't see anything new on here.
It's interesting that this 8 just popped up because I've been seeing 88s all day. The moment I woke up, I've been seeing 88s. And just to see that as well right now, it's just like today has just been a day of like some very completed things.
Here, in terms of any updated statuses on the volcanoes, far as the Greece area goes and Italy goes. No escalation going on, just still seeing, a decent amount of earthquake activity, and that's what we're dealing with right now. What this is leading up to, there's a couple different scenarios. This may continue to recharge below the area and come to a maximum pressurization level and just potentially halt. This activity could go away, and then maybe down the road we could see an escalation event to further strengthen or further fill up the magma reservoir down the road. But as long as this earthquake swarming is continuing at this rate, the likelihood of it dying down is not looking good. So the second option here, of course, is seeing some type of large-scale volcanic eruption, whether it's at the Colombo volcano or one of these other submarine volcanoes, maybe even around the Santorini area. I don't know about this area. We got to watch for the migration, though. If it's going to show a lot of signs there, then obviously we have to watch that. Some of these quakes here, fairly deep, 20 kilometers or so for the earthquakes around the Santorini volcano. And it's just a mixed bag of deep earthquakes and shallow adjustment, indicating magma intrusion at depth below the area. And of course, that will fracture the areas up above towards the surface level. So we'll continue to watch it and report back on it. I don't have anything new to report in terms of any escalation event. It's continuing steady as it goes for right now. All right, let's go ahead and check back here, California. See what we got going on. 2.2 there in the last few minutes across Northern California. The rest of the West Coast, 2.8 down here across the Elsinore Fault outside of Los Angeles. One of the biggest quakes out here in the last 24 hours for California. Aside from that, we're looking at general small microquake activity out here. Not a whole lot of change out there across California for now. Yellowstone National Park.
That looks
microquake activity out here. Not a whole lot of.
Is it me or does that look like a face? It looks like a circle. But it's like this is rolling itself around. This is swirling around. I don't know. Anyway.
Change out there across California for now. Yellowstone National Park. Let's give a quick double check up here at Yellowstone seismos. Some wind stirring up out there. That's not magma intrusion. That is a wind event showing up in the last few hours across northwestern Wyoming. Earthquake activity is going to look like this. And it's really not all that active right now as far as earthquake activity goes. There's a little spike, as noted here, maybe a couple, one or two across Yellowstone, but it's probably in the shadow of that wind event. But as you can see, no large-scale earthquake activity to report there across Yellowstone. The rest of the country, typical movement out there in the oil fields and the fracking operations out there, wastewater disposal injection sites still getting hit with earthquake activity.
West Virginia going
one earthquake there in Ohio from yesterday outside of Reno, Ohio. All right, as far as the largest earthquake activity here in the last 24 hours, going to be a 5.6 there in the
Mexico,
Guatemala area, southern end of the Middle America Trench. I'll take the center portion here of the Middle America Trench, and that's from yesterday. So far today, well, the 4.9 there in Greece, around the Santorini area volcano, takes the chart here for largest after midnight. Take a look here at the earthquake 3D globe. Number of earthquakes across South America, nothing big going on. Typical. I don't want to say typical activity up here, but it's been consistent activity here in the last few days with the ongoing seismic swarm there across Greece. No major earthquake activity to note there across Japan for now. Some older activity from yesterday. New Zealand jumping in on the action, the 4.4. Just off the Alpine Fault here, South Island area. Got to watch that. There's many regions here that are well primed for some larger movement. Quick glance here at the space weather activity. See if we got anything to chat about with this massive sunspot area.
Look, it's pointed right at us, y'all. It's pointed right at us. And within the next couple of days, that's what I've been paying attention to, is the moment that it point at us.
Very large region, but the main area of concern is going to be 3981. Let's go ahead and check out the magnetogram image this morning. Still morning here. Still quite complex within this area. And it does look like it's remaining that way from last night. I don't see any signs of decay. Still got an elevated X flare potential there at 20%, 85% chance there for M flare. No major auroras there in the forecast for now, and maybe that will change here as we get maybe a CME from this area, 3981. It's a massive sunspot area out there, but so far it's just crackling a little bit with some C and M flare activity. We'll continue to watch that though for some stronger flare activity. Severe weather, just a marginal risk out here across portions of the east. That's due to a 2% chance for some tornado and wind. Maybe a little bit of hail threats out there as well across the region of Kentucky, Ohio, and the Tennessee area. Quick glance at the tropical tidbits weather model here. Got a little break from the rain today in California before another system slams into the area late Thursday into Friday. A little break after that. The pattern tends to switch up a little bit, bringing some colder air back out to the east of the Rockies area. And we got more rain coming back into the west coast, so it looks like shortly thereafter. Even Southern California getting in on some significant...
Every time I look at this, every time he shows this, it's just this one formation of weather. It'll disappear and go off, but then it just forms right back. It's just like it's staying diagonally on that X marks the spot and just like shaving and rinsing the south all the way up to that point right there to New York. Like they're gonna get their own, but I'm just saying like how it's just consecutively hitting that region the way it is in this formation right now. The weather pattern used to be different, so that's why I'm saying this stuff, because it's like, oh, it's different.
Significant rainfall and snowfall there across the southern Sierra Nevada mountains. Looks to be the pattern here. Wet weather.
Right
Things are
there.
still
See that?
Quite flooded out here across Northern California right now. Again, we picked up just over 4 inches of rainfall here in the last couple days, and that is okay by me. We could definitely use a little bit more, but a couple days to dry out, sure. Looking at the drought conditions out here, the drought has pretty much been wiped away off the map due to all these this last week of strong storm systems here impacting the West Coast. Pretty much removed all of the drought except for a couple small areas. Those will be removed here soon. Moisture anomaly at the surface. Obviously, we've got quite a bit of moisture there at the surface level and getting down into the deeper levels as well. Fairly stark contrast of difference here between Northern California and Southern California still, but hopefully things can fill in down here across Southern California because these folks, they definitely need the rain. They've gotten a little bit, but they definitely need some more. All right, folks, I'm out of here. Got a pretty busy day.
Yep, and that's how has been looking right now. I wanted to kind of go back on that solar activity and see something. So let me bring this up. And we can bounce around.
Burns here with a quick solar activity update for you, because this big sunspot cluster here has grown even more active than it was yesterday. Yesterday we had 6 M-class flares. Well, today we've had 8, the strongest of this entire sequence being an M8.88 solar flare that occurred early this morning, nearly an X-class flare, the strongest type of solar flare possible. And that seems likely over the next 24 to 48 hours, because this sunspot group right there, 3981, seems to be building and crescendoing up in power, and it's now entering into the Earth direct strike zone. And so over the next 24, 48 hours, if we do get a very powerful solar flare or multiple, and they launch coronal mass ejections, they will be very, very geo-effective, and that could give the Earth a big geomagnetic storm. That is a heightened probability to be aware of right fairly quiet geomagnetic conditions. After having come out of unsettled conditions that lasted for a few days, we could be back to active geomagnetic conditions very, very quickly. And in addition to this, we have a lot of ionizing light radiation being pumped out of this entire sunspot cluster at this moment in time. This is extreme ultraviolet light. This is X-ray light. And so this is reaching Earth directly in 8.3 minutes and global electron being absorbed into the plasma of the ionosphere. But keep in mind, some light is being absorbed into the solar wind in between the sun and the Earth at this moment in time. So there is some level of greater ionization that's occurring to that interplanetary plasma, and that could also have perhaps some effect on strengthening the solar wind conditions that sweep by, increasing geomagnetic activity on this planet. Here we have a time lapse showing the growth of these sunspots from February 2nd to today, the 3rd. You'll notice the lower left corner there is experiencing the most amount of flux. That is sunspot group 3981. That is where most of the flares are occurring right now. But you'll notice that the entire sunspot cluster is maintaining itself fairly well. It has not decayed. So we've had a little bit of decay here. We had some growth that pushed up here, has pulled back slightly, but in general, the sunspot cluster is staying fairly intact, but we're seeing big changes down here, rapid growth, a ton of solar flares. The magnetic field is extremely complex. Let's check it out. Here we have our latest 4K magnetogram of the sun today, February 3rd, from the Solar Dynamics Observatory. We'll see our big sunspot group 3981 right here, this massive, super strong positive polarity core right there. Definitely the biggest of this entire cluster. You see this really interesting kind of twisted and swirly negative polarity core right there. These two are pulling apart from each other. So this core is moving this way, that core is moving this way. Interesting dynamics may develop between these two over the next 24, 48 hours. Because this one is being pulled in that direction, it's creating all this polarity mixing there, because we see some other positive polarity cores intermingled throughout this more, in general, negative polarity zone. But this is not the only sunspot group in this cluster, though it is definitely the most active. We also have this polarity sandwich here, where we have positive polarity, negative polarity, positive polarity. We get some mixing up there, and we also get some mixing right here. And that flux that pushed out up top has withdrawn a little bit, but we do still also get a clear positive negative polarity right there. So a very dynamic region overall in the northern hemisphere, which is a little unusual considering that we've had a huge preponderance of sunspots in the southern hemisphere of the sun last 6 months. Well, it seems to have turned around now, because almost all the sunspots right now on the Earth-facing side of the sun are from this single cluster right here. The numbers are getting close to 200 again. And so we're definitely in solar maximum. For anyone that thinks that solar maximum is over or that it was last year, no. Solar maximum is like a 2 to 3 year long period, and it does have ebbs and flows. So sometimes there's a lot more activity, sometimes it withdraws a little bit, but in general, there's a rhythmic trend to it that lasts. And then there's also the descending phase. And we can get some pretty big solar activity during the descending phase of a solar cycle. Actually, historically, there's a lot of powerful solar storm impacts that occur during the descending phase. We can also get a sense of how active the sun has been by looking at our latest space weather model from the UK Met Office. And you'll notice a whole bunch of activity actually on the far side of the sun. So while we've had 14 M-class flares in less hours from the Earth-facing side, there have been flares that occurred on the far side launching halo coronal mass ejections. And so in many ways, we are lucky right now. There is a big sunspot, or more likely multiple big sunspots on the far side right now, contributing to that activity. And that's just the coronal mass ejection that we're seeing. We're not actually seeing any solar flares that are occurring there that aren't launching coronal mass ejection. So the entire sun right now is super active. We do have something headed our way according to the UK Met Office, something that launched a little bit just to the east of us, solar coordinate system, but it is aligning pretty nicely with the ecliptic plane. So we see it's traveling out there, higher plasma density, and that is set to arrive around the 7th of February there. So that is something that is now headed our way. Very likely there'll be more launched over the next few days. And keep in mind the greater ionization of the solar wind because of all that ionizing light radiation that's being pumped out from those solar flares. So we've had a ton of solar activity over the past 2 days. That seems very likely to continue. This big sunspot cluster there is right now in the Earth direct zone. It will take 7 days to get all the way to the western limb. So there's a lot of opportunity for things to happen during that transit and 3981 is just now entering into the strike zone, and it also will take about 7 to 8 days to reach the limb. And so we have quite a lot ahead of us,
like
and
it's
then
opening
right
itself
as
up.
they reach the limb, the sunspots exactly opposite them, which are launching these full halo coronal mass ejections, they will then rotate into view. So it seems likely that we have this
Exactly.
kind of trade-off that will occur in about a
I'm glad he said that because it's like a double dutch in that fact. It's a double for your trouble. It's literally coming in one after another. Like I see it as like a domino effect where it's going to be consistently throwing something at the earth. You know,
week's time, and then we'll just have to wait and see what that entails. But in general, right now, things are very, very active. I think there's probably a lot of stealthy plasma outflows that have been launched into the solar wind from all this flaring. Doesn't really show up in the chronograph that well. Just in general, I would expect there to be heightened geomagnetic conditions due to stronger solar wind over the next week or so, though it's hard to put an exact forecast on that. Just expect more geomagnetic volatility and overall energetic volatility here on Earth as a result of all this extreme activity that's occurring right now on the planet. Just to run through the list of the 8 M-class flares that we had today, it was an 8.8, a 3.1, a 2.5, a 1.4, a 6.1, a 4.3, and then 2 1.4s back to back. So, wow, 14 M-class flares, less than 48 hours, and a lot more to come. Thank you all so much for watching. Again,
it's amazing. It's amazing times that we're living in right now. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go to this one because let me make sure I did not miss that. Because, like I said, these flares are affecting us down here in a major way. So, I always do that. I don't know why it always does that. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, buddy, let's get you right. So yeah, the fact that we are in a lot of the planetary dancing right now, they just dancing and romancing. But quiet as kept, all of the magma is like rising up under all under each one of the volcanoes right now. You have every one of them: Hawaii up there by the Bering Sea, Iceland, you got Greece, you got the Himalayas, you got the Indonesians. It's really
Be a
going
winter
on.
without a lot of snow, at least in Japan. Heavy snow being driven by the cold air mass this season across northern Japan. A record of 129 centimeters of snow was recorded in the past 24 hours in one of Japan's cities. The snowstorm expected to linger across northern Japan until Thursday.
Wow. Look at that. Look how bad that is, y'all. Like it's already earthquakes. And it's like you can't even get around that. You can't even get around that. These little cars are not trained, they're not made to drive in this particular type of weather. All of the elements are working together and they're so like it's just heavy. The rain is heavy, the snow is heavy, the ground is heavy. You shoot like you just walking, you're heavy, you're tired, and like you see how she's just dumping it all on like okay. It's suspected through. Like that's as tall as her, y'all. That's how bad that is. I ain't even got to the other video where it actually showed us stuff. Matter of fact, let me go to that one because that's the one. That's the one. That's they one. That's they one. Let me make sure I got it up queued. All right. It's just amazing. Amazing times we're living in.
Part of the season. However, This recent snowfall has been anything but normal, with
Menacing.
record-breaking amounts of
Been
snow
menacing.
falling in a short period of time, catching residents and
Yeah.
authorities off guard. The challenges faced by the residents and local authorities due to this unprecedented snow are numerous. Transportation has been severely disrupted, with roads closed and public transportation services suspended. Emergency services are also struggling to reach affected areas, making it difficult for them to respond to emergencies. Residents are having to dig their way out of their homes, with some even having to climb out of windows to escape the
Mm.
deep snow.
It's just roaring. It's just the weather is just very much interrupting and disrupting everything any and everybody's trying to do. Any of these events, I ain't even got to. I got a lot of stuff, y'all. But I'm just saying, like all the events that used to take place, that stuff is not happening right now.
The authorities are working hard to clear the roads and restore
There's
services,
nobody out there to do it.
but it's a slow process. Residents are having to adapt to a new reality, at least for the time being.
And the time being is a long being. And then you're getting hit by hail, sleet, snow, hail. It's all praise to the Most High.
Simple tasks like
Man,
going
look
to
at
the
that.
shop or visiting
Those
friends
are like
have
shotgun
become
bullets.
major undertakings, requiring a lot of planning and effort.
Woo!
The snow is so deep that it's reaching the roofs of some houses, causing concerns about the structural integrity
Yep.
of the buildings.
Exactly. Heavy. Exactly. That snow is heavy. It's heavy.
People are having to be careful when walking on the snow-covered roads, as the risk of falls and injuries is high.
And it's injured. I'm glad he said that because Japan is, I believe, the actual by population, the oldest in the world. And so you got a bunch of old people coming outside trying to drive and do this and do that, falling. Everywhere you got snow right now, people are falling. The hospitals are overwhelmed by the amount of people that have fallen around the world. It's just complete chaos.
The local authorities are doing their best to respond to the crisis, but the scale of the snowfall is overwhelming. They are working around the clock to clear the roads and restore services, but it's a difficult task. The emergency services are prioritizing the most vulnerable
The emergency services need emergency services.
members of the community, such as the elderly and those with disabilities. As the situation continues to unfold, the authorities are urging residents to stay safe and to follow their instructions.
Wow. It's that bad.
As the snow continues to fall, the impact
All the transportation is impacted. You get off of the plane, it's slipping around. You get on the bus, it's slipping around. You get in the car, it's slipping around. You get on the bike, you're slipping around. You get on rollerblades, you're slipping around. You just go for a stroll. You're gonna slip and bust your shit, y'all.
on daily life is becoming more and more pronounced.
Yeah. All businesses closed. Nobody making nothing.
Schools have been
Schools.
closed, and many businesses are shut until further notice.
Completely.
The community is having to find ways to adapt to the new reality, at least for the time being. People are finding ways to make the most of the situation, with some even enjoying the rare opportunity to play in the deep snow.
Mhm.
However, for many, the snow is a serious disruption to their daily lives, and they are eager for the situation to return to normal.
It is working. Exactly, brother.
The snow is having a major impact on the daily routines of residents.
Can't do nothing. Can't do nothing.
Many people are having to work from home as the offices are closed due to the snow.
Can't go nowhere. Keep trying to go somewhere. Why do you keep trying to go somewhere in this little raggedy ass car? Where are you gonna go? The problem is people see the forecast and see these things. Just people refuse to pay attention. You know, that's stubbornness. And I read that today in the book in the Bible today about stubbornness, and it was something else that I read too about that. But just stubbornness, it just popped in my head right now. But just the stubbornness of people is just you're going against it, and y'all all have pride to where y'all just keep going against it. It's like, oh, I think I can, I think I can, I know I can't. Nope.
This is causing some challenges as people are having to juggle work and family responsibilities in a way that they are not used to.
Exactly.
However, many people are also finding that the snow is giving them a rare opportunity to spend quality time with their families. As people struggle to cope with the snow, the community is also finding ways to make the most of the situation. Community gatherings are being organized where people can come together to socialize and have some fun.
Ain't no fun. Y'all can't have no more fun. Ain't no more
The
fun for y'all.
snow
Look at
is
all that.
also providing a rare opportunity for people to get outside and enjoy the winter landscape.
How can you can enjoy it and you're slipping and busting your shit?
The community is also coming together to help with the cleanup efforts.
Clean up what? Yeah, and trying to make it sound real cute and nice at the end of it, but no, I can take his voice out and it's just still you can see that. How you gonna have fun in that? How many hours is it gonna take for you to shovel all that? It's gonna take mass and energy. Just even shoveling that, you're gonna build up an appetite. You're gonna spend hours out there doing that. That's literally what's going on right now. Y'all in big trouble. Y'all are in big trouble. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, what's going on? Just as much as that's going on. Hold on, let me make sure I got this covered. Yeah, before I even switch off, let me make sure that I cover these. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, let's stay here. It's just as much as it's going on here. This is Australia right here, y'all.
Has eased, But swathes of northeastern Queensland are underwater, with hundreds of properties submerged. 2 metres of rain fell earlier this week, breaking multiple records in the region, and authorities say more is coming.
Wow.
We remain prepared for the ongoing prospect of more rain and the likelihood of more flooding, both flash flooding and riverine flooding.
Scientists say it's the
Oh, my
result of a
goodness.
multi-year La Niña weather event.
Oh, my goodness.
Cooler surface temperatures and
The moment somebody fall in there, you're done. You're done. You're not going nowhere. You're not going to be able to survive that. That's how bad it is for any one of these people. You're not surviving no volcanic magma. You're not surviving no earthquake. You're not surviving a brush fire. You're not surviving these floods. You're not surviving the actual snow blizzards.
in the Central Pacific bring wetter weather to this part
Man,
of
look at
Australia.
that. And they still want to
The
stand there
damage
and
has swollen
I
waterways.
want to keep looking.
Flood warnings
Oh.
are still in place, and the Defence Force has been called in to help with the cleanup.
There is a lot of water in those catchments. There's already an incredible amount of water on the ground. There is more significant rain to come, so it will take days for that water to come out of those systems.
A number of communities have no power, and some towns are still cut off by the floods.
Everyone went underwater. Everyone's got water through their houses. There's a lot of people down there with no food, no power, obviously.
Yeah.
At the same time, parts of southern Australia are
It's
experiencing
the
prolonged heat waves,
brush fire.
bushfires in Western Victoria. Climate scientists warn these weather events are becoming more extreme and more common.
Greenhouse gases trap heat in the atmosphere, they intensify cyclones and storms, they make the atmosphere more humid and laden with more moisture, they increase heat wave events, they bleach coral. All of these impacts of climate change are due to increased greenhouse gases.
For the year ahead, the Bureau of Meteorology warns that in many parts of Australia, they can again expect above average temperatures. And in the coming months, forecasts indicate that there's a greater chance of unusually high rainfall as climate change accelerates. Sarah Clark, Al Jazeera, Brisbane.
Yes. Y'all getting double for y'all trouble. Am I tripping when I say this? It is Mother Green Earth's fault. Oh man, she just splashing in them. She just splish, splashing, taking the bath, and just splashing with the rubber duckies on them. She just splashing with the rubber duckies on them. Let me make sure I cover this one. Hold on, let me make sure I didn't skip one. I want to make sure I do all of the weather in order, and then because I have dozens of other videos for y'all. This is not over. Y'all gonna be enjoying yourself. I promise you, y'all. Gotta keep sharing it with the people. That's what we want to try to do, is just keep informing people. Retweeting it on, Twitter, X, and, just trying to get as many people to be informed right now. That's why I do this. So this is another one. Like I said, with all the volcanoes, let me turn that sound off. That sound was screeching, but this is a Guatemala. Just like you just said with the earthquake being the largest, that earthquake broke that. Look at that. Literally just splooging. That's what it's doing. Wow. All praise to the Most High. Like every volcano is turning to this right now. It looked like a salamander. It's just walking and dancing. But yeah, and it's just a precursor. It's a precursor for all of that. I just wanted to say I love fire. I'm a fire sign anyway, so I get amazed when I see it. This look like little fire dogs running down. I don't know. My imagination runs wild. I love it. But yeah, that is amazing. That ain't even just it. Look at that. It just. And it burns everything in its path. Just burns everything in its path. It's a complete restart. It's the death opening up to, to the new life. Just like it's out there in Guatemala, this is over in Iceland. 11 volcanoes, y'all. 11 volcanoes showing signs of unrest. All the volcanoes are just pissed off right now. They agitated, they frustrated. This is
in
what's
Iceland,
happening.
marking nearly 1/3 of the nation's active volcanoes, are displaying various signs of unrest. This
1/3.
includes ongoing intrusions of magma at 3 volcanoes and 1 volcano which is expected to erupt later this month. In other words, like 2023 and 2024, 2025 is also likely to be another volcanically active year in Iceland.
Wow.
To help portray what I believe the intensity of volcanic unrest currently is at the nation's various volcanoes, I have placed them all on a 0 to 10 opinion-based volcanic unrest scale.
Oh, wow.
This video will initially discuss the various volcanoes with the most significant amounts of unrest and work its way downwards. Starting off, we are likely only hours, days, or weeks away from the 8th eruption of the Reykjanes volcano on the peninsula, which goes by the same name since December 2023. All of these eruptions have occurred along a lengthy 15-kilometer long fissure which developed on November 10, 2023 during a failed magmatic intrusion. Magma at 11 kilometers depth, which itself originates from molten rock in the upper mantle associated with the Iceland hotspot, is right now actively feeding a 5-kilometer depth shallower magma chamber south of the Svartsengi geothermal power plant. This magma chamber tends to empty to the east and produce an eruption when it reaches a volume of between 10 and 15 million cubic meters, and right now it has a volume of 13.5 million cubic meters. In other words, the Reykjanes volcano will almost certainly erupt again this year, if not multiple more times.
That's crazy.
Moving away from the Reykjanes Peninsula, 105 kilometers to the north-northeast is the Ljósafjöll volcano.
It's like the volcanoes have all been like standing outside of a porta potty, and they got extreme diarrhea. That's what these volcanoes are dealing with right now.
Since September 2024, a deep intrusion of magma has been ongoing at this complex, largely beneath and to the east of Grilltarvatn Lake. This is occurring at a depth of between 15 to 20 kilometers, generating occasional harmonic tremor and an elevated rate of earthquakes, including several large enough to be felt by nearby residents. While this has not yet generated any uplift, it is worth keeping an eye on the Ljósafjöll volcano despite the fact it has not erupted in more than 1,000 years. Heading back to the Reykjanes Peninsula, while a magmatic intrusion is not occurring at the Fagradalsfjall volcano at the present, it is still experiencing an elevated level of earthquakes which parallel the direction of a failed December 2021 intrusion. The Reykjanes and Fagradalsfjall volcanoes so far have been dominant at alternating times in terms of receiving a deep magma supply source. Reykjanes received the vast majority of the magma supply between December 2019 to December 2020, and from October 2023 to the present, while Fagradalsfjall has been dominant between January 2021 and September 2023. There is a potential for Fagradalsfjall this year to become the dominant receiver of magma once again from the deep magma source, although the odds of it erupting in its current state right now are quite low. Heading to the center of the country, the Askja volcano has been undergoing a slow, presumably basaltic magmatic intrusion at 3 kilometers depth since July 2021, and this intrusion is still weakly ongoing at the present. However, it appears that magma is merely pooling at those depths, generating an increased amount of earthquakes rather than actively intruding upwards. Also in the center of the country, the Grímsvötn volcano has been producing an increased number of earthquakes, earthquake swarms, and glacial floods termed jökulhlaups, which have occurred at an increased frequency, therefore signaling volcanic unrest. While these floods would normally occur at a rate of about once every 2 to 3 years, they have been recently occurring at a rate of once every 6 months. The Hekla volcano is sort of a wildcard volcano, as everything can seem perfectly normal leading up to an eruption, with the volcano only giving between 23 and 80 minutes warning before an eruption begins. Well, there's a weak piece of circumstantial evidence that suggests it might erupt by 2027. That being the fact that the Rangárbotan River, which is directly fed water from springs that bubble up through the Hekla volcano, became completely dry as of August 29, 2024. This river has only become dry anywhere from days to multiple years before each of Hecla's eruptions, with water only coming back to the river in the hours to days before an eruption commences.
Oh, wow.
Reykjavik and Eldi on the Reykjanes Peninsula have experienced an elevated level of earthquakes at times since 2020 that possibly signal deep changes to each volcano, but with the exception of a failed intrusion at Reykjavik in October 2020, the only recent unrest each has experienced are occasional earthquake swarms. The Bardarbunka volcano beneath the Vatnajökull ice sheet has been experiencing elevated levels of uplift since May 2024 and also had a brief amount of magma movement was potentially detected on January 14, 2025 during an intense but short earthquake swarm. Katla is also displaying a tiny amount of unrest through the generation of an increased rate of earthquakes and occasional earthquake swarms during the last few years. And for our last volcano showing a level of unrest, the Hafsjajökull volcano.
It's just interesting that all of these volcanoes that got snow on them, it's like they're sleepers, they're hibernating, whatever like that. But it's like they were out of sight, out of mind. People didn't think that these things would be, it's just, oh, it's pretty snow. But under that pretty snow is a beautiful monster.
Has been producing an elevated level of earthquakes since 2021, a pattern which is still continuing at the present. As a final note, I would like to thank my new patron.
Yes. And you can see how it all just rose from 2019, and it just spikes, you know. It's fascinating. Let me make sure that I did do that one. Oh yeah, Greece. Forgot about Greece. Let me make sure I cover Greece.
More than 300 earthquakes struck throughout the day northeast of the famed island of Santorini, of which at least 100 were potentially large enough to be physically felt by nearby residents.
Wow.
As a result of this ongoing seismic crisis, which is now in its 13th day, all schools were closed at least until Thursday across at least 14 regional islands, up from 5 islands on Monday, meaning all schools in an area home to a population of 115,250 people.
Okay.
Earthquakes as a whole have every day gotten larger in average magnitude, larger in terms of the strongest earthquake magnitude produced, and largely more numerous. For example, while the largest quake to strike on January 26th was a 2.1, on January 28th it was a 2.7, a 3.1 on the 30th, a 4.7 on February 2nd, and a 5.3 on February 4th.
Wow.
These progressively larger quakes have begun to cause some limited minor damage to specific structures on the island of Santorini, forming cracks which so far are seemingly consistent with MMI 6 shaking. As you can see, the description for the strength of earthquake shaking not only matches the damage, but it also matches reports by 2 people within the municipality of Santorini. And it also matches the expected rate of various earthquake-generated rockslides and landslides which have remained scattered and uncommon, but have been linked to at least 2 earthquakes in the past day. One of these earthquakes generated a medium-sized landslide at the famous Red Beach, causing boulders to block off part of this pristine shoreline.
Oh, wow.
So, is it completely unsafe to visit Santorini at the present? My answer is still no. Just stay away from steep areas where rockslides and landslides triggered by larger magnitude earthquakes could occur. This is why some tourists have figuratively found the island to themselves, creating great photo opportunities in typically crowded areas. There have been some rumors claiming that portions of the island.
So people staying on the island just to get a photo op, you know. They stay on the island with the rest dying, you know. They cool with that. That's fine by me. You got the rock, you got the ground shaking up under you, you got this red stuff coming up too. You better put your Michael Phelps on.
Of Santorini have been uplifted due to the now more than 1,700 tectonic earthquakes which have
all of that region, all of this region is this is weak land sediment. It's not structurally sound. All of that, even the rocks that you just showed at the beach, that looks like all of this can just come coming in down. Literally, this whole ridge line, one shake. This is like dusting off like when you do carpentry and you like got the wood chips and stuff like that, the wood dust. Like that's what it all looks like right there. It could just literally dust off all of this, and you got everything hanging off on the cliff. Literally, this part right there, way off the cliff. That's right there, way off the cliff. This right here, way off the cliff. This building right here, way off the cliff.
Struck in this lengthy swarm. These claims are true, involving 4 centimeters or 1.6 inches of uplift, but are not for the reason you might think. As this minor uplift is not due to magma movement, but instead due to slip associated with the numerous regional normal fault earthquakes where much of Santorini lies on a footwall. There still is zero unusual volcanic activity unlike, say, during 2011, and these tectonic earthquakes are actually trending towards the northeast over time, at least most notably since January 31st, as you can see, since I plotted the average GPS location each day of all of the earthquakes which struck.
That's smart.
This might incorrectly make the ongoing swarm look like magma movement, but there are no signs to indicate such a thing. Instead, these quakes are merely trending the exact same orientation northeast, hopping along the length of regional fault line complexes within the Santorini-Amorgos shear zone. The depth of earthquakes remains largely unchanged as an average, despite what may have looked like a decreasing shallowness for a period of time yesterday. So, how much longer will earthquakes continue to get stronger for? We don't know. I don't know. However, looking at similarly behaving, albeit volcanically triggered earthquake storms that I am familiar with, one possibility is that somewhere between magnitude 5.2 and 5.5 seems to represent an upper bound for which multiple earthquakes can be generated. If this were to become the case, the largest earthquakes of the day may soon peak at around 5.2 to 5.5, hover around there for a few days, and then begin to decrease. Don't get me wrong, larger earthquakes still can be triggered, as you can see by the isolated singular higher magnitude earthquakes in this chart. And anytime those occur due to the 1/x rate of aftershocks, the rate and size of such aftershocks are likely to temporarily spike for a time in what otherwise might be a downward trend. Remember, about 5% of earthquakes will trigger an earthquake equal to or larger than it. So, as more higher magnitude earthquakes occur, the greater the chance becomes of, say, a magnitude 5.5 or 6 plus earthquake occurring. Although, those chances are still low. We can't predict earthquakes, and the scenario I suggested is one of many which could occur, so I will likely end up being wrong here. Don't take those statements that I just said as a true prediction. I also want to note that I tried using this reference scientific paper to make a nice aftershock model and give everyone percentages on the current chances of larger magnitude earthquakes from a purely statistical perspective, but I could not find the correct constant values that made the formulas work, since these vary depending on the area and geologic setting. In other words, when I attempted to place in what seemed to be reasonable constant values, the equation output junk values that didn't pass the eye test.
Oof, that's deep, y'all. That's super deep. That's super deep. You got earthquakes there, and you got earthquakes in China. It's crazy.
Join me as I dive into the aftermath of the massive earthquake that hit China and see if I can uncover the truth behind the Hong Kong subway collapse.
Wow.
A recent earthquake struck China, causing widespread destruction and sparking concerns about the stability of neighboring infrastructure. Particularly in Hong Kong, where the subway system is a vital transportation artery.
Yeah. Literally just broke it apart.
The immediate aftermath of the earthquake was chaotic, with emergency responders rushing to assess the damage and tend to those affected.
Oh my goodness, it's breathing. Look at it breathing. It's breathing.
The Hong Kong subway system, a complex network of
destroying
tunnels and
all their
stations,
businesses. Like, you know how much product they just lost? Inventory, all of this stuff, can't pay the bills. You know what I'm saying? Snow shutting them down. They're not making no money. Rent can't get paid. Businesses around the whole world are all getting shut down, closed, broken down, broken into, just every scenario. It's not working out for them.
Face significant structural challenges as the seismic activity put immense pressure
Oh
on its
my goodness.
foundations and
Look at the
supports.
whole road. The whole road. Wow.
This region is known for
Can't
its
go
high
have
seismic
You can't go have no fun. Ain't no bowling. You getting a gutter ball every time.
activity, and the earthquake has already caused widespread damage and
Wow.
disruption
Look
to
how
daily life.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
The quake was felt in several
All
neighboring
praise.
provinces,
Oh.
with reports of collapsed buildings, power outages, and injured people pouring in.
Wow.
As the situation continues to unfold, it's
Ooh.
becoming increasingly clear that this earthquake is a significant event
Significant.
that will have far-reaching consequences for the people of China and the global community.
And they talking about putting tariffs on it. They got their own shit they dealing with, y'all. That's why you're seeing all of these political people trying to grandstand. That's them having a egotistical, narcissistic Game of Thrones silent war amongst themselves. But they all canceling themselves out right now. It's the pawns that are all down here who are all getting affected and getting snatched up.
The challenges posed by this earthquake are numerous and complex,
Wow.
with the potential for significant damage to
Wow.
infrastructure,
Everything.
homes, and businesses.
All the infrastructure is damaged. Look at the house. Look at the house, yo. Look at the house was on lean back.
The earthquake's impact on the region's
Damaged product.
infrastructure
Damaged.
is a major concern, as
Damaged.
roads, bridges, and buildings have been damaged or destroyed.
Look at that. You can't even get home. You can't even get home.
Leaving many people stranded and without access to basic necessities like food, water, and medical care. Rescue efforts are underway, with emergency responders working tirelessly to search for survivors and provide aid to those in need. The Chinese government has deployed troops and equipment to the affected areas, and international aid is starting to arrive.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
But the scale of the disaster is vast, and it will take time and effort to recover from this devastating event. As the rescue efforts continue, the full extent of the damage is becoming clearer, with entire neighborhoods reduced to rubble and many people left homeless.
Look at that. Look at that. All the water in that pool is gone. Wow.
The economic impact of the earthquake will also be significant,
Oh,
as
building.
businesses and
Look at the
industries
building.
are
Oh,
disrupted,
is it going?
and the cost of rebuilding and recovering will be substantial.
Waves racing. Waves racing each other.
In the aftermath of the earthquake, there will be a lot of focus on how the disaster could have been mitigated and what lessons can be learned for the future.
Lesson is you're on land that does not belong to you. Lesson is you're on land that does not belong to you. There's no mitigating, there's no budgets, there's no compromising, there's no questions, there's no meetings, there's no research. Your time is up, everything's done. This is literally judgment for everybody around the whole world. Sorry, not sorry.
This will involve a detailed analysis of the earthquake's impact and a thorough review of the emergency response efforts. to identify areas for improvement and ways to strengthen the region's resilience to natural disasters. The region's geology is complex and prone to earthquakes, with several major fault lines running through the area, and a history of significant seismic activity.
Woo!
The earthquake that struck today is just the latest in a long series of quakes that have shaped the region's landscape over millions of years.
Y'all, this shit ain't fake, y'all. You can't fake none of this shit, man. This is real life right now. This is code red alert right now, man. They're not gonna talk about this stuff, man. None of these people, man, they're not gonna talk about it. They don't want nobody to see this, but lo and behold, everybody got a damn camera. You got 8 billion people around the world who got a camera in their hand. Look at that. Oh, can't do nothing about that.
The region's unique geology, with its combination of tectonic plate movement and volcanic activity, makes it one of the most seismically active areas in the world. Past earthquakes in the region have had a profound impact on local communities, with many people still living in areas that are vulnerable to seismic activity.
Very much so.
The local economy is also heavily reliant on industries that are susceptible to disruption from earthquakes. Such as manufacturing and tourism, which can exacerbate the economic impact of a disaster like this. The effects of the earthquake on local communities will be long-lasting, with many people struggling to rebuild their lives and livelihoods in the aftermath of the disaster. The social fabric of the community will also be affected as people come together to support each other and rebuild their neighborhoods. The earthquake has also brought attention to the importance of community resilience and social cohesion in the face of natural disasters. If you've been affected,
how are you going? There ain't no cleaning none of that up. Ain't no cleaning none of that up. There is no cleaning any of that up. There's not enough workers. Your workers are old. Everybody's old. All the young ones is on TikTok, lazy and fat, and ain't trying to do nothing. Get up. I don't mean to bash nobody. Excuse me, TikTok. Don't banana me. Just trying to bring the information. This is literally facts. Anyways, and I don't care if you do, because I'm about to tell the truth. So I don't give a shit. But to be seeing all of this going on right now, the recovery for all of this is not looking pretty for a lot of people around everywhere. It is not looking pretty. So, and you got to understand, all of these are going to be affecting all of the chains that are out there, all of the manufacturing, the industrialism, packages. You got grandstanding on the political level, where you got all these, all of these big wigs, fighting amongst each other. And you got people who are super poor, just trying to keep it all together. They building collapse, the roof is falling in, but they still want you to pay that high ass rent. And that's everywhere. That's what they holding them to in a standard now. It's like, we don't, y'all a part of y'all. It's funny because it's like I got videos where like these people are literally calling each other niggas now. Like every other nationality is the new niggas right now. You got Mexicans saying niggas. You got Indians saying niggas. You got Asians saying they niggas now. You got everybody saying they niggas now. They white people got saying they niggas now. So yeah, you got everybody who's identifying with what we used to be or doing things that we used to do. Whether it's the everything, the gang banging, the everything. It's out here, y'all. It's really that's why we're gonna bring the truth to you. We're gonna uncover it. We're gonna put a scope on it and let you see how it look. Let me make sure I don't forget anything because I'm gonna bounce to the other screen as well. Bro, make sure. Let me get this one out the way.
Of people scrambled to leave the Greek island of Santorini by ferry on Monday after an increase in seismic activity raised concerns about a potential powerful earthquake. Local officials said 6 tremors whose magnitude exceeded 4.9 on the Richter scale were recorded on the island and off the coast of Amogos Islands. Authorities banned access to some seaside areas.
Η σεισμική αυτή δραστηριότητα δεν θα πάψει να υπάρχει τις
In the
αμέσως
coming
επόμενες
days,
μέρες. Θα
it will
διατηρηθεί
continue for several more
αρκετές μέρες
days,
ακόμα, ίσως και αρκετές εβδομάδες.
given that
Δεδομένου
we are
ότι
dealing with
έχουμε να κάνουμε μια
an
εξαιρετικά
extremely complex
πολύπλοκη
of
διαδικασία
evolution
εξέλιξης του φαινομένου.
of
The
the
frequency of
phenomenon.
the quakes has worried residents. According to the University of Athens Seismological Laboratory, more than 280 earthquakes were recorded across Greek islands over the past 3 days. Santorini, a premier tourism destination, draws more than 3 million visitors annually to its whitewashed scenic villages.
Those 3 million people are going to be causing in question if they actually want to take these trips. You're going to have places that are going to be trying to get tourists to come there on the super cheap. They're going to be trying to drive us to go there. You see what I'm saying? They're going to be like, you can come and stay here for $10. We're going to be looking at it like, word? Bet I'm on a plane. No, stay still, be still. You got to let this happen. Because people are going to be willing to just be like, here, take it. I don't want to deal with this headache no more. This is your house now. This is your land. That's where we're getting to. That's why you got to be patient. You got to be patient. Oh, hold on. Skip one. Let me make sure. Let me get this one out of the way too. It's probably
leaving
the same
most of their belongings behind.
Leaving
The
everything.
island of Santorini is emptying. As hundreds of earthquakes, some measuring up to 4.5 on the Richter scale, strike, hinting that a much more powerful earthquake could hit.
For 3 days now, there have been earthquakes all the time, every 5 minutes. It's continuous and they don't stop at all. The entire island is traumatized. We've been looking for tickets for 3 days now, but we couldn't find any for the ferries or the aeroplanes. They didn't exist.
Schools are closed, large gatherings banned, and advanced rescue crews are being deployed to the island. Santorini has a dormant but active volcano, but experts say the seismic activity is not immediately linked to it, but still a cause for concern.
We have a very intense geological phenomenon to handle. I want to ask our islanders to remain calm, to listen to the instructions of the authorities. I've discussed with the responsible ministry to make a scientific presentation of the geological data so that everybody knows what the situation is that we must manage.
The island is a popular tourist destination and authorities are updating people through mobile phone alerts. They've also banned
Can you just imagine your phone just going off like that all day, every day?
access to areas close to cliffs, including most beaches and the island's old port. Charlie Angela, Al Jazeera.
Ooh. Can you just imagine that just going off all day, every day? I think I got just a couple more. We're gonna get done with the weather because we got some more stuff to cover too. Let me make sure I get this out of the way.
To the United States over the next few days.
Yes.
And these are going to cause a ton of different problems, including the risk for ice accumulation that will lead to some big travel impacts. In addition to that, we are expecting heavy snowfall that could lead to several inches of snow both today, tomorrow, and as well as this weekend. And then eventually into next week, we are expecting an Arctic blast that could fuel the potential for snow from areas like the southern and central plains back through the Ohio Valley and into the East Coast. So in today's forecast, we're going to break down exactly what you need to know about the weather that'll be impacting the United States over the next 7 to 10 days. And we'll begin with what's happening across the country today, and we have a lot of moisture now moving across the Midwest and as well as back through the Central Plains, and this will pose the threat for a large winter weather event as we go throughout the day today and as well as into tomorrow, posing the threat for both ice and as well as snowfall. Back over in the Southern Plains, Southeast and Mid-Atlantic region, most of these areas are quiet today, and it'll probably stay like that here for a few more days until we eventually have a more active weather pattern next week. But this is very typical for a La Nina winter, so definitely no surprises here. And then back over on the West Coast, we still have heavy snowfall and rain back over in California, Oregon, and Washington, and this is only expected to continue for the next couple of days. Now let's talk more about this winter storm that'll be impacting the United States over the next couple of days. We'll begin with what's happening out there around lunchtime today. There will be some light freezing rain and drizzle across areas like the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, and even back into Virginia. It's very light, but even the smallest bit of freezing rain that accumulates onto any untreated roadways will cause some travel impacts. Eventually, by the evening hours, that's when this starts to come together more, as we're going to have heavy snowfall back over in the upper Midwest, freezing rain across Illinois and also back through the Ohio Valley, and it will start to ramp up back over in Pennsylvania. Overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, that's going to be the heaviest of this freezing rain and snow, especially back over in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and as well as back through New York and Maryland, where we are expecting some significant icing in these areas, which again could lead to travel impacts and isolated power outages. Snow will continue back over in the upper Midwest as well. Eventually, just after sunrise Thursday morning, that heavy snow will start to move into southern New England and across areas like New York, so definitely be ready for some snowfall. Eventually, as we get closer to lunchtime, that snow continues to move to the north and east. I do want to point out that the heaviest of the snow will likely stay offshore during the daylight hours on Thursday, unless you're in extreme southern New England, and even then, we're going to transition to rain and as well as freezing rain eventually by around lunchtime. So overall, the snowfall accumulation does not look to be very significant out of this winter storm. However, there will be several inches in a few spots, especially back over in New England. What I think will be a lot more interesting is the winter storm that we're dealing with this weekend. That'll probably be about 2 times worse than this one. Now, this may surprise you, but there are a lot of areas that will actually have freezing drizzle and even light freezing rain, and that includes areas back over in northwest Oklahoma, back through Missouri, and also through Illinois and Iowa throughout the daytimes today. So be careful on the roadways. If they are untreated, or if it's like an overpass, for example, you might want to take it slow out there or just avoid those roads. Back over in the Northeast and as well as the Ohio Valley, that is where the most significant ice accumulation is expected. Many areas could be as high as a 1/4 of an inch of ice, and we might even have a couple spots getting close to a 1/2 an inch of ice accumulation when this is all said and done, especially back over here in West Virginia and southern Pennsylvania, where we actually have ice storm warnings in effect for this region, as there is a potential for upwards of a 1/2 an inch of ice accumulation, which would have the potential to cause some power outages in addition to major travel impacts. So if you're back over near the Appalachian Mountains, definitely keep that in mind. Elsewhere, glazing upwards of maybe a 1/20th of an inch of ice will be possible across Missouri, Illinois, and as well as Ohio and Indiana, and perhaps even around the Detroit area, maybe a glazing of ice there. And then back over in most of Pennsylvania, you can basically expect at least a 1/10 of an inch of ice in most of Pennsylvania. A few spots could be as high as a 1/4 of an inch of ice accumulation. Now, in terms of total snowfall accumulation from this first winter weather event, we are expecting most areas in the Midwest between a coating to a couple of inches, but if you're back over in northern Wisconsin or Minnesota, better shot there for around 3 to 6 inches of snowfall. And then back over in the Northeast, most of New England, I think, will pick up around 3 to 5 inches of snow. I honestly think this graphic is a little bit of an underestimate. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a few locations closer to maybe 6 or 7 inches of snow. But again, this is a relatively fast-moving system, so the chances of you seeing a significant amount of snowfall, like 10 to 12 inches of snow. However, our winter storm this weekend could produce 2 times more snow than what we're currently thinking out of this winter weather event today and as well as tomorrow. If you're anywhere in southern New England, back through southern New York, or in New Jersey or Pennsylvania, most of these areas are coating to a couple inches. Wouldn't be surprised if we had a couple spots near 3 to 4 inches back over in southeast Massachusetts, but eventually it's just going to go into a freezing rain and then rain event, which would make all that snow slushy anyways. And this is crazy to say, but this winter weather event will actually bring a low risk for tornadoes tonight into early tomorrow morning. Notice this, we actually have wind shear back over in Kentucky and Tennessee. I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado tonight. Have a tornado action plan ready to go, have ways to receive warnings. We're not going to be live because it's just such a small event. However, we may see a brief tornado out there purely due to the fact that there is a little bit of wind shear out there. Timing looks to be after sunset and into the early overnight hours. So again, just make sure you have ways to receive alerts. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. You never know. There's always a very low chance we go live for something like this, but it is a very, very low risk for tonight. Now, beyond this winter storm, we are expecting another one, and it's going to be in a very similar area as we go into Saturday and as well as into Sunday. This will really ramp up Saturday afternoon with some heavy snowfall back over in the Midwest and as well as across the Great Lakes.
Just like it's
Freezing
shooting
rain
a
and
dart
sleet
over.
once again, pretty much in the same area as we go into Saturday, and that'll be areas like Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and also back through Maryland. Eventually, as we go into early Sunday, that snow and freezing rain all moves into the Northeast. This could dump a lot more snowfall, though, than the winter weather event that we are talking about that's happening today and tomorrow. So this one right here, definitely one that is going to be a bit more notable, in my opinion. I think we could have a lot of areas over 4 to 8 inches of snowfall, and then that moves out as we go into Sunday and into Monday. Eventually, Arctic air will try to spew in out of Canada as we go into early to mid next week. That could set up some moisture back over along the jet stream, and we may end up seeing some snow and rain along that jet stream across areas like the southern plains and even back through the east coast. Exactly where that snow falls, how heavy it is, and if it'll cause any problems are all still up in the air, as it is still around a week from now. But make sure to subscribe to the channel because we'll keep you posted with the latest. And the GFS model does have a hint of maybe some snow back over in central Texas, but again, I think the chances right now are relatively low for that. And then eventually, anytime beyond really February 12th, things are very uncertain at this point. But this is what it looks like on the GFS model around February 14th. And this is the long-term indications for snowfall accumulation as we get closer to the middle of February. We are expecting a lot more snow back through areas like the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast over the next couple of weeks. This will not just be from one event. It is going to be split across multiple different events. If you're back over in the Midwest, Ohio Valley, or even back into the central or northern plains, we are expecting some snowfall, but probably not nearly as significant as what we're talking about in the Northeast. And if you're back over along the West Coast or through the Rockies, it's just going to be snowing there like crazy here over the next week or so as those atmospheric river events do continue back over there. And if you're back over along the Gulf Coast, confidence is much lower that we're talking about any sort of significant snowfall accumulation. And the odds of seeing greater than 1 inch of snowfall over the next couple of weeks are very high, especially if you are in the Northeast, the upper Midwest, or the northern plains, or if you're anywhere back over near the Rocky Mountains or along the West Coast. However, if you're back over here in the Ohio Valley, Central Plains, or even back through a part of the southern plains like Oklahoma, the odds there are a bit more 50-50 right now. We may see some snow, we might not. It's a little bit uncertain as of right now, but make sure to subscribe to the channel. We'll keep you posted with the latest on any snow chances that end up existing. And then the chance of seeing at least 6 inches of snowfall between now all the way through the middle of February. Those odds are very high back over in the Northeast and as well as the upper Midwest, but elsewhere it is very low anywhere across the Central Plains, the Ohio Valley, or even back through the Southeast. Florida, I almost can assure you, you're not going to see snow anytime soon as the temperatures are vastly warmer than most of the United States right now. And the temperatures will be on a roller coaster for the next couple of weeks. We are expecting record-breaking high temperatures over the next couple of days, especially on Thursday, where areas like the Ohio Valley could be as warm as...
It's like, how is it warm and it's still snowing at the same time? You're getting double for your trouble. It's like, it's the most amazing thing that we've ever seen, y'all.
As the 60s, areas like Texas could be as high as the 90s, and even back over in northern Georgia, many of those areas will be in the 80s. It is going to be very warm over the next few days, definitely unseasonably warm. I mean, again, we're in early February, and we're going to have a lot of record-breaking high temperatures. Eventually, as we go into early next week, that is when some cold air will start to spew in out of Canada, across the central and northern plains, Midwest, and back through the Northeast. The coldest of that air will be located back.
What I be noticing from this region right here, right as close to this, the drawing of that that spiritual ley line right here, right outside of Mexico. This looks like a cannon, where it just keeps shooting that same line. You see how it's like white right here, but every time I see it, it's just like shooting right from the hip, right there. You know, like it's shooting right from there.
back over along the Canadian and United States border, but eventually as we go into Tuesday into Wednesday, we should get a better shot of that cold air across much of the Great Plains, Midwest, Ohio Valley, and the Northeast, and that may set up for a little bit of snowfall. And I think if we have any sort of winter weather potential next week when it comes to snow, I think that would be anywhere from around Texas and Oklahoma back through areas like the Ohio Valley, perhaps even as far south as Kentucky or Tennessee. And then eventually as we go into the following weekend, another shot of cold air will be possible, maybe another Arctic blast. Before the time being, doesn't appear as if we're going to be seeing the coldest weather of the season. This does not look to be a major Arctic blast, but it will at least be something that is definitely going to bring colder weather, which will be a lot more custom for winter, and as well as probably some snow and freezing rain. So definitely something to look forward to if you like snowfall. If you'd like freezing rain for some reason, hey, you might have a few ice crystals hanging off your roof here over the next couple of weeks, especially if you're back over in the Ohio Valley or Northeast. It's definitely going to be very interesting back over in those areas. As always, thank you guys so much.
Wow. It's like that right now, y'all. And because all of these things are happening, it's affecting everything. It's affecting people's moods. It's affecting people's pockets. It's affecting the way they think, they live, eat, sleep, you name it. Let's check this one out, and then I'm going to switch over to the other one.
Winds in Southern California died down. Drones are taking to the air to survey the damage and count the cost of the fires that devastated more than 160 square kilometers of woodland and real estate. Fires that have devastated families.
Whoa, what's going on? What's all the glitching? Hold on. Okay, what's going on? Why are you acting up?
Let me explain. Reduce it down to dollars and cents. AccuWeather, a company that provides data on weather and its impact, puts the damage and economic losses of the Los Angeles fires at between $250 and $275 billion. At more or less the same time, two financial giants, Wells Fargo and Goldman Sachs, estimated that the fires would cost insurers up to $40 billion. Big money, but still only a fraction of what was lost.
I guess it looks like we're going to be the one having to rebuild it. But what happened there, I don't think is anything that I've ever seen quite like it. And the insurance companies are going to have a big problem because you're talking about big, big dollars.
The burden on the insurers is expected to rise. And so too is the overall cost. And there's already quite a difference between those two figures. What people lost and what insurers are on the hook for. A $235 billion gap, to be precise. Then there's the uninsured. They're just plain out of luck. A total of 12,000 homes and other buildings have gone up in smoke since the wildfires started on January 7. Some 100,000 people were issued evacuation orders. But insurance companies at least saw the fires coming a long time ago. At least a dozen of the largest property insurers, making up 80% of the Californian market, had already withdrawn from offering wildfire coverage or had restricted new policies. The United States' largest property insurer is called State Farm. In March last year, it announced it would not be renewing about 72,000 wildfire.
That's that number, 72. 7 plus 2 is 9. Ooh, that loop is crazy, y'all. All praise, all praise to the Most High. Oh, good Lord, this is. Whew. Oh man, this is just crazy. The joke's on every one of y'all. Man, this is some hot tamales if it ain't none. I'm talking about hot tamales.
Policies in parts of California that it considered too risky. These included over 1,600 homes in Pacific Palisades, the recent scene of one of the...
I've been seeing that number 7 It's just that number 7 is not luck for y'all. That is a complete epic L. It's the biggest L y'all have ever taken. You know how many people didn't took the biggest L they've ever taken? Like all that arrogance and that snotty, snooty shit that they was doing to people, looking down at people, that king of the hill mentality, and humble bowl of grits.
Most damaging wildfires. I haven't even mentioned the health costs. If examples from other parts of the world are replicated in the US, the bill for that is going to be huge. Take Canada. It suffers wildfires every year, with the Canadian Climate Institute blaming the climate crisis for the fires becoming bigger, hotter, and more frequent. A single week of wildfire smoke in June 2023 was estimated to have cost the province of Ontario more than $1.2 billion in health impacts, such as premature deaths, increased hospital visits, and health emergencies.
That's what I'm saying.
Of course,
Look at all of
extreme
this.
weather events
Man.
aren't restricted to North America. The
No.
International Chamber of Commerce took a look at nearly
40,000
4,000 disasters
Wow.
across 6 continents from 2014 to 2023.
Oof.
Events very much like these.
Oof.
Over that span, they estimate
Wow.
economic losses at $2 trillion. But even in tragedy,
they just being bullshit about these numbers, though. I promise you, they are being complete bullshit about these numbers. Like even the original people of this land, we're owed 9 quadrillion, 90 quadrillion, 999 quadrillion dollars for all of the pain and suffering we went through and all the stealing y'all did. These numbers don't add up. So they it's business to them. You see what I'm saying? So they got to play it soft and all of these. Oh no, it's just that bad. No. It wasn't like that when y'all was sneakily like, ooh, we just hit a jackpot. You know what I'm saying? Like people gonna keep their little jackpots to themselves like that. You know, so that's how just diabolical money or currency or just the commerce merchants, just that whole free reign of trade has come to. It hasn't been, the real currency is knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Our energy, our presence. Like you can't beat knowledge, knowing the difference. It's people are so stupid, and they fall for these. People have been falling for this for a long time. So yeah, it's whew.
some hope can be found. Lessons can be learned from the LA fires that could be rolled out across the rest of the world.
The lesson to be learned is that the Most High is in the midst. Michael is in the midst. Mama Ruach is coming with that big old belt and whipping that ass.
To places where there's a lot less money sloshing around, where insurance is an unaffordable luxury, assuming you can find it.
Yeah.
Here's one lesson for starters. This house was built with fire-resistant cement and sprinklers that spray fire-retardant chemicals. It survived, while so many others around it burnt to the ground.
Interesting.
We're not going to turn the climate ship around anytime soon. So in the meantime, whether it's dealing with floods in the southeast or hurricanes or wildfires in California, we have to be realistic about what those threats are and design accordingly.
I'm not mad at that right there. Why? Because he played it smart. Knowing that, seeing the thing is like, we're not involved in any of these decisions when it comes to building and stuff like that. Y'all hire the low tier help. So yes, none of this land and none of these things are blessed with our beautiful black hands. Y'all stole all of that stuff. So to see that, most places, most locations don't build to their specific environment. They just truly don't. So they suffer drastically when you have this just one size fits all model around the whole world because they think white sugar is sweet.
Globally, the fires and the floods are going to keep on coming, but human ingenuity could be one key to bringing the costs right down, whether it be human, emotional, or financial.
And so that's what you're looking at, is that you got a lot of people who had a lot of money and thought that they can pay their way into the gates of heaven. Still to this day, you got people who are oblivious and delusional who still believe and think that their trinkets are going to get them into the. Yeah, we're going to build all this stuff back up because ain't no manpower. Y'all booted everybody. Y'all booting everybody out. You just sent the plane back to India. You just sent the plane back to China. You just sent the plane back to Australia. You just sent the plane back to Haiti. You just sent the plane back to Africa. You just sent the plane back to Mexico. Just sent the plane back to Canada. You just sent the plane back to Europe. There's been planes going out of this country. Let me take this off. There's been planes flying out of this country everywhere. Everywhere, y'all. I ain't even gotten to that. Shalom, beloveds. I see y'all popping up. Man, I appreciate y'all popping up. I promise y'all this is an amazing segment because I have so much that I didn't even do yesterday that I'm trying to catch back up. But I'm trying to inform y'all about what is going on such a massive scale that it's just like affecting everybody to the very fabric of business. Like I just showed you Japan. Japan is cooked. They can't do anything. They're literally incapacitated. China is incapacitated. All of their buildings are floppy. So all of the structuralization of these buildings, the building engineering, and it's crazy because what they tried to do is the 100-year plan to try to get people to move to China. Like China was going to be the big new empire. Like it was just about to be a massive exodus over there. And they did do that. They did build that city. But you know what that city was built off of? Toilet paper and toothpicks. Because now that it's shaking, it's literally falling. They're not showing you this stuff. I'm gonna show you. That's why we're gonna be able to notice this stuff. But where they gonna go? Just literally nowhere to go. It's starting. It's a slow roll, beautiful cooker in America. But every other location, it's you literally have so many. There's more empty buildings in China almost than particular cities and towns and states in America. That's how bad it is out there. Japan, they had to close down schools. China had to close down schools. Koreas are going through a population decline. Japan's going through a population decline, and their population is oldest in the world. Nobody's going out there to build these things. They're trying to solicit people to have, their governments are trying to pay people to have babies. And the people don't want to have no babies. Men and women don't find each other attractive. I don't know what it is. You got the women who love black men, and then you got the Asian men love freaking 3D printed Barbie dolls and NFT wives. They marrying little baby Chucky dolls. I don't know. But you're looking at all of the women and men around the world, and they don't like each other, and there's warring against each other. But not only that, we're not the primary face of the enemy ship now. You see what I'm saying? Like their faces have turned to each other instead of it looking at us. It's like they just stopped looking at us and now looking at each other. And now they just, this is everywhere. You have massive amounts of infidelity in these communities to where people are like, it's really that type of situation right now. As far as the structuralization, people are offering their own whole families. People are doing other type of mischievous and illegal activity because they can't afford what they used to be able to afford no more. When TikTok shut down, every time something completely shuts down on a global scale, I pay attention. When COVID happened, I was like, ooh, I need to pay attention. When TikTok closed down, we already seen the videos how many people was dude. I was such at peace because it's like TikTok had just banned me. I was like, all right, cool, whatever. Y'all gave me the banana, kudos. But to see Greece going what they're going through, they actually left their pets on the island. They couldn't bring the pets with them. They had to leave a lot of stuff behind. Turkey is getting affected too. because Turkey just had that earthquake, that massive earthquake from last year that pancaked all of their buildings. Their buildings fell on top of all of the people that were in those buildings. They didn't want to speak about that. All of the tremors, now it's been over 2,000. They only try to report 1,700, but in the States, they try to say it was 200. Nah, that's why we come here and we report on the real stuff right now. So with all of those earthquakes, they have been shimmying the water. All of this has been doing is shimmying the water. And it's been smacking waves. Every location, way much more bigger. These waves are way much more bigger, vast, and heavier. Look at the sun. Look, all the snow is collapsing all roofs everywhere around the world. I don't know what it is, but it is collapsing roofs. The rain is so heavy, it's pushing the dirt that is under what is built under it, and whole buildings are collapsing. Homes are collapsing. The bridge, not the bridges, the roads are collapsing. And when you look, and when they look down inside of the holes, it's literally, hello. You look at under it like, yo, it's literally an abyss down. There's nothingness into some of these holes. Some of the cities, yeah, it's okay. You can still see in the grounds, but it's like 30, 40, 90 feet deep of these holes of nothing there. You got to think of it like a sponge. All that fracking, all this other mischievous stuff they keep doing, keep legalizing. They keep legalizing everything that's under the 7 deadly sins. They keep legalizing all of the stuff that's under the 7 deadly sins. Many of the places around the world have lowered the births, not the birth. They've lowered the age range for marriage. They've lowered the age range for having babies now. I got a video of a dude who was, what did he do? He threw the baby. The girl is still missing, but I think he threw the baby away in the trash can. 40-year-old dude slept with a teen. But this stuff is going on where they lowered the age range, and people's in the communities now. Obviously, this is not okay in our community, but there's many communities that think this is okay because their leaders are crying right now that there's literally no babies. Their hospitals are empty. The schools, they just closed down elementaries, 40 elementaries. This is a lot of places. All of Africa is damn near on fire. There's drought, there's famine, there's unrest. South America going through the same thing. Droughts, fires, unrest. Australia, droughts, fires, not unrest, but there's floods now. And those floods was crazy. There's like all of the elements are working together, and they're like beating the shit up out of the buildings, the infrastructure to show you like y'all stuff ain't sound. It's not sound. Water is strong enough to break a rock and soft enough to touch skin. That's beautiful. That's powerful. When you got that ability to do that, all praise to the Most High. Like literally, like, and you really got egotistical men who try to take that credit for what God has done. And it's literally turning its face on each other. I just wanted to bring that because it's deep, it's heavy right now. And so because of all of this infrastructure, like you're seeing all of these videos right now, the infrastructure is so jacked up right now in all of these other places. We ain't even got to America yet, y'all. I promise y'all. I'm gonna take care of y'all. Everything else around the whole world is all third world. All infrastructure built raggedy, jaggedy, whatever like that. You get to America now, that same infrastructure doesn't have any of the workers because now it has literally been an exodus. It's the amount of people that have left America right now, quiet is kept. While it's quiet outside when it's nighttime, there's so much activity going on. It's interesting that I just said this right now. So you got the planetary parade during the daytime to where you can see from East Coast. No, I'm tripping. Okay, y'all looking at me. I don't know which way I'm looking at right now. So this is West Coast. Let me go East Coast because I am East Coast right now. So East Coast to West Coast. While the sun is going down, You got Mercury, you got Pluto, you got the sun, you got the moon, you got Neptune, Venus, and Saturn right next to each other with the moon. So you got all four of these little things dancing within each other. Then you got Jupiter. Well, Uranus is a little bit close to Saturn as well. I haven't looked at it lately. The sister got the information, but Saturn and not Saturn and Uranus and Jupiter was actually pretty close when it first started with the planetary alignment. But they kind of split. Everything is kind of split. But during the daytime right now, you see all of these planets until once Mercury dips over, then it's like you start losing all of them. But at the end of the day, we're seeing our planetary family looking down at us during the daytime while the sun is shining its beautiful bright light on us, to where none of these shadows can be held, because people can't hide what they're doing in the truth in the sunlight now. And then you got Mars is the last one that just comes, chopping everything up at the end of everything. So when the Mercury comes back over, Mercury comes in and sweeps and cleans everything up. By the time it hits daytime, people waking up and like, oh my goodness, what the hell just happened last night? During the nighttime right now, I call it, I say the freaks come out at night. Because I think that's just when all of the demonic things, the ghouls, are haunting these people. Because you got the fires. They're being woken up by spirits. This is what they're saying. I read these comments. People getting haunted by spirits. They're getting haunted by whatever the hell they did before. They got confessionals in these comments, y'all. People are giving full-blown confessionals about what's going on in their life, where they're at, where they have to give their life savings to their family in another country. So you got people who are immigrant or illegal immigrant having to ship off for every dollar. Why they're still having to pay high-ass rent here? They're having to ship off every dollar because their families in all of these other locations are putting that much pressure on people who live in this country right now. And there's been a call to every other nationality to go back home so they can go help their people. You see what I'm saying? Because they don't have enough people to actually help them. Because you got to understand, most of these regions around the world are aging. And they're aging. They've been aging so much faster within the last 5 years. I don't know if it's the Jabberwocky. It gotta be Jabberwocky. It gotta be. It's a lot of things. But I'm just saying that Jabberwocky, that thing has jacked up people to where they are sterile, they're infertile, their bone density is gone, they're getting autoimmune diseases that ain't never been heard of. Their energy is sucked out of them. The sun is beating the shit out of them, waking up people. Oh my God, I'm so tired. I promise you, I got too many stories. Yesterday, I went to the little gas station yesterday. That's how I know that the sun's going on. I have been witnessing white folks get pissy. They have been getting so pissed about the price hikes of everything. The lady was at the store arguing with the dude. I don't trip on, like, I can't trip about whatever. That's what you charge. That's what you charge. That's cool. That's your business. But every time I go there, I'm literally hearing white people argue with the people when I go to the stores that I go to. People literally at the counters arguing with the people, not wanting to pay the price that these people said this is the price for. Is it his fault that the eggs went up? No. It's his business establishment. I eat two eggs, 2 boiled eggs and a bowl of oatmeal in the morning. I switch it up, but I'm just saying, like, I don't need 20 eggs. But see, you got people who got families. You got people who ain't been fasting. You got people who have overindulged on their gluttony. That's another thing we ain't talked about, is the amount of slothfulness and gluttony. Now, you're seeing many of the 7 deadly sins pair themselves together. Slothfulness and gluttony. You got people who are very slothful and gluttonous. Now that their whole little lives then got rearranged, they actually got to get up and do some work So when they actually get up and have to grab them bootstraps, they're inexperienced. They don't have the energy. They don't have the capacity to get up. These people are completely freaking drained. They have no more energy. None. My neighbors, I'm watching them. And they struggling. Dude almost passed out on the damn wall. I promise y'all, it's crazy. But I watched a lady argue with the dude yesterday. I'm like, man, if y'all don't get y'all ass out of here, I was rushing them out. Man, y'all, because I was trying to get back to, because I had some food. I was chopping up my vegetables yesterday, because I'll make a whole bag of vegetables. I'll chop up all my vegetables and make a container of vegetables, and I'll take a glob and throw it in there with my eggs and make me an omelet. Scrambled eggs with that. And I promise you, my energy is the best off of that. Just chopping up all of that. What I got? Green, yellow, orange, red pepper, cilantro, mushroom, tomato. What else am I missing? Something else. Anyways, I chop those up. And those are my concoctions every time. And my energy is good. My body feels great. Onions, the red onions and the sweet yellow onions. That's my concoction that I have. And then my spice mix, I'm talking about food. I need to stop talking about food, because this is my filet mignon. I'm fasting with the rest of the nation too. So bon appetit. But it's good for you. It's the clearest I feel. I know I'm talking fast because everything is it's clicking. I can feel my body detox. And I drink a cup of Epsom, not Epsom. I keep saying Epsom. Sea salt, either kosher salt or sea salt. 1 little teaspoon in there, water, cold water, because it actually helps me out. For some reason, that cold water is good, but I'll drink that about that much. 1 little teaspoon in there, about that much water, gulp it, and I'll go and walk. And it's just like flushing my body, and I can come back and I feel like I have gotten out whatever I thought may have been sitting in there. So our ability to be able to have the energy to get through, even when we're seeing, say, the egg problem right now, when you're seeing the food shortages, even the video that I showed you guys the other day with the fake ground beef, or the fake rice, or any of these fake items that they send here shipping it off. How dare y'all make that stuff? That's the craziest part. How dare y'all? Like, that's not even real food. Like, like I said, a lot of these things are pairing themselves with each other. So even they're legalizing these things now. They legalize you being able to, so Celtic salt, yes. They've legalized these pairings now to make it readily available. Now they realize, they're like, okay, you guys can't be lazy and bums no more and playing Call of Duty all day. We need you guys' help. We need all hands on deck. So now they're trying to get all of their folks all hands on deck. You still got the whiny ones and everything and stuff like that. You can go to Wally World and have a tickle of a laugh. Any Wally World you go to, you're gonna have a tickle of a laugh. I might have to go back. I'm gonna go back to work, because I'm just like, I enjoyed watching folks. I've met at least 1 million people in my life, over, hands down. I know I have. So I have definitely zoomed in and tightened because I wear headphones and act like I'm listening, but I'm listening and watching everything. I literally was. I was on point. But anyways, watching what's going on right now in the food supply. To see the eggs was like $18. $18. You can't imagine what's going on in Alaska. Everything in Alaska is almost 49% more. I remember seeing eggs out there. They was $19. That's why I said it. That I'm never going to forget that. It was $19 for a carton of eggs out there. That's because it's different out there. It's different everywhere now, but everywhere is affected. That's why I show you the weather patterns. I show you what's going on. That the weather is disturbing the food supplies. It's bringing in the pestilence. It's bringing in the famine. It's bringing out the disease that has been. And then you just see the glaciers that just broke off. There's at least 2 or 3 humongous glaciers that have broken off and are floating. They got one that said that's heading towards like a penguin sanctuary, and one that's heading towards, it's just going north, and they go in different directions. I don't know where they're gonna go, but it is what it is. They're going where they're going where they need to go. You have the 4 tropical storms, cyclones, whatever, hurricanes, but they're going to specific locations, y'all. They're not just randomly going, no, they're going directly to a place where they want to go and need to go. But I just wanted to turn it back to this because, like I said, they've been sending everybody back home. Y'all gonna start hiring black folks again? Y'all gonna start paying them double for y'all trouble that y'all created? Because you're gonna have to pay me double to clean up y'all mess. I don't got time for that. I don't want to have the time to do that. I want to build my own now because y'all didn't do it right. And y'all didn't take heed to the consideration of our wisdom, our intelligence, our strength, our ingenuity, our creation, our blessed hands when we touch whatever we do. Y'all have shitted and desecrated on what these hands do. The way this thing ticks and how this beautiful thing is. Y'all have taken all that for granted. So literally everybody's hatefulness is being shown the door. Anyways, let's go to it. I love y'all, man. It's amazing. Shout out to everybody. Let's see what's going on with this weather over here. But you got ain't no workforce now. Ain't no workforce.
Monday may have melted away most of the leftover snow from last month's storm, but the snow cleanup remains top of mind for many.
Fox News Caroline's now after hearing from residents who are still criticizing how St. Louis County handled the storm. Caroline?
St. Louis County officials are claiming low employee numbers are the reason they flopped hard during last month's winter storm cleanup.
Criticism of St. Louis County's response to the recent snowstorm took the focus Tuesday as the council held a special public session that spanned over 2 hours. County managers stated the area hadn't seen a winter storm of this magnitude since 1982.
The big problem we're facing right now is manpower and getting people to come to work for the county.
We've had a people shortage for a long time, and so even during the summertime.
During those January storms, the record was broken for.
And these are problems that y'all created. Because if our people would have been in any of these positions, we'd have been hiring brothers and sisters left and right. We'd have been taking care of shit how it was supposed to be because we love our jobs. We have a purpose. We believe in it. Like, that's just what we are. This is who we are. This is us. But when y'all in these positions, y'all just look like y'all lost and confused, and y'all just, man. Of course, there's a shortage. Of course, things need to happen. Why? Because you've been ball hogging. You have been. Yeah.
Most water equivalent precipitated in a single day in St. Louis. It was previously set in 2005. County managers stood in front of the council saying they don't have the numbers to get these jobs done. Engineer the more than 1 house currently sitting out of service to actual plow operators to clear the roads and spread the salt.
We didn't have enough people to cover the roads, and the only way we can get to there is to hire more people.
Wage increases for new county employees has been discussed since early.
It's good to start seeing it. Yeah, once you see it, it's hard to unsee it. Yeah. It's good to start seeing a lot of my elders in these positions. A lot of my elders should have been in all these positions. That's what I wanted to see my OGs in. All the boomers, and I don't like, compartmentalizing the generations, but even for me, like, we should be in these positions where now we are going to be in these positions now. We're starting to fall in line and do the things that we need to do to be much more involved because obviously we figure and fix things out, but not on the contingency of being able to benefit everybody else. And we just stuck doing the work and then get kicked out or something like that. Well, we're going to look into a different direction. No, hell no. We ain't going through all that no more. We never going back to sleep again.
2024. Hopes for higher pay for all workers eventually. Council members pushing back on county managers about better training protocol as well. Officials claim they're willing to think outside of the box for solutions.
We have to get creative in how we solve some of these problems. We can't just keep throwing money at it.
Yes, we can't pay what a lot of big governments can pay, but maybe helping out our community in an emergency like this would be great.
So if you're interested in applying to work with St. Louis County, head to our website, fox2now.com.
Exactly. They need us so bad right now, y'all. I promise y'all, they need us so bad right now. Hey, double for your trouble. Triple for the tickles. 4 times for the wartime.
Warm weather melting sheets of ice on metro streets, but now a new issue is being uncovered: potholes.
Yeah, our John kept finding us.
Oh no, what happened?
Live hearing from residents spot that's causing confusion.
Yeah, I'm at Compton and Market, and since the snow has melted, residents out and about in the city are likely to come across a pothole or two, and that certainly includes one city teenager who had a patch of potholes not far from where I'm standing.
Oh, come on, man.
Instantly, I jumped into mom mode. I'm like, I'm there.
City Resident Corwin Bollinger says she got to her son quickly after learning her son's tire blew out as he entered I-64. Same injury ramp that her son got at Forest Parkway.
Come on now.
Eastbound. That's all a series of potholes.
I realized it would be pretty hard for him to be able to.
He had a toe and 2 tires.
You're my bad, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this together. Oh, buddy, come on now. What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? Devil is a liar. You ain't finna mess this up. We got some stuff to talk about. Why are you messing me up right now? Come on, let's get this together. But yeah, just talking about the pothole problems, and this is just not in St. Louis. This is literally every city and state, everywhere. There's not enough people. You got all these people who are getting locked up right now who have been messing up on the job. They don't have enough people to do any of these jobs. The snow is jacking it up. The rain is jacking it up, and just like she just said right now, you have a massive amount of people whose cars are getting jacked up. You got people's cars who they didn't got from, put all their money into it right now. You got people who lost a lot of stuff right now and go back.
Now a new issue is being uncovered: potholes.
Yeah, our John Kemper joining us live, hearing from residents about a specific spot that's causing confusion.
Yeah, I'm at Compton and Market, and since the snow has melted, residents out and about in the city are likely to come across a pothole or two. It certainly includes one city teenager who had a patch of potholes far from where I'm standing.
Instantly, I jumped into mom mode. I'm like, there.
City resident Corwin Bollinger says she got to her son quickly after learning her son's tire blew out as he entered I-64. Bollinger drove the same entry ramp that her son got the flat at, Forest Parkway, eastbound. That's a series of potholes.
And I realized it would be pretty hard for him.
He needed a toe and 2 tires with a cost of around $400, but it's unclear who is responsible for patching the area. According to the Missouri Department of Transportation, both MoDOT and the city of St. Louis take care of different portions of the ramp. A spokesperson for the city says during a recent 6-day span last week, 409 potholes were filled, and they're filling more this week. This comes after a heavy snowstorm in early January. Snow sat on some neighborhood streets for weeks, providing prime conditions for potholes to form. Bollinger understands, but just hopes somebody gets the ramp fixed soon.
Those potholes have been there for a very long time.
Now, both the city and MoDOT are urging you that if you see a pothole, to report a pothole. A city spokesperson also adds that the city is busy.
Yeah, the city is super busy. They can't do nothing. They can't get nothing done right now. There's no help for any of y'all. There's no help. There's no help. And even with those cars too, the people be selling these cars. You don't even know if they work. You don't know, like, you don't got the whole Carfax and Crewfax and where it came from and all that stuff. You got to understand a lot of these vehicles now have gone through major amounts of disaster,
Tonight,
prone
a South
situations.
Florida car dealership faces serious allegations, accused of taking out unauthorized loans, jacking up negotiated prices, and forging signatures.
And while attorneys claim a pattern of deception, the dealership insists it has done nothing wrong. Local News investigator Jeff Heinze is on the case.
So Mayor Thompson had been saving for this special moment for years.
All I wanted to do is buy a car for my mother for her birthday, her 50th birthday, as a surprise.
But that joyous jet into a financial nightmare. Thompson says a negotiated price was $6,800 cash for the Honda HR-V that she found on Facebook Marketplace. But a finance company now claims she and her husband signed a loan for over $11,000 at 20% interest, totaling over $21,000.
Oh my God.
That's American crime.
This dealership applied for a loan for my client that he never agreed to.
Thompson has had to hire an attorney. Text messages show her husband inquiring about the advertised price of $7,999 before the negotiated deal. The person texted back, yes. Her husband, who speaks limited English, went to Cars to Go in Fort Lauderdale to finalize the purchase. She claims he was rushed through signing the papers while she guided him, tried to, over the phone.
It's a title paper and a tax transfer, just sign nothing whatsoever.
Putting documents in front of them to sign that my clients don't understand, and for certain other documents.
When Thompson confronted Cars to Go about the loan,
they laugh at my face. They make it seem like what they did was okay. And they say, if you don't want to pay, okay, fine, just keep the car, we'll just repo it.
and they did. The Honda she bought and surprised mother with was repossessed.
They're deceiving customers. They've deceived my client.
Attorney Michael Salazar representing Roberto Guzman, who claims a similar experience. Guzman claims he negotiated an out-the-door price of $17,000 for his Toyota Tacoma, paying $9,000 down in cash, followed by 2 cash payments to the dealer. Finance records show a massive loan taken out for the pickup in his name.
Wow.
He's now on the hook for $31,000.
And Guzman is making payments on that loan he claims he never authorized because he needs the truck for work and can't afford to lose it.
It's very rare for us to get multiple cases against the same dealership.
We have 5 cases.
Cars to Go has an F rating with the Better Business Bureau with 24 unanswered complaints. The Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles has investigated Cars to Go 12 times since 2020, but found few violations. There are no current open investigations.
Sir, why are there so many complaints against your car dealership?
Cars to Go, its parent company, Valerisa Motors, declining an on-camera interview. In an emailed statement, they deny fraudulent activity, claim all transactions have customer consent and signed documentation. They claim online prices show base costs with additional fees disclosed during negotiations. They deny forging signatures and deny falsifying documents, but these attorneys are taking them to court.
Another thing these consumers admit is they did little to no research at all on the dealership before they step foot on the lot. In Lauderdale, Jeff Weiss here.
Exactly. It's one thing my mama told me: never get yourself involved in deals you don't understand. If you don't understand it, baby, pull out. If you don't know nothing about that, you better pull out. You better make sure you got that condom on, baby. You better pull out. You're going to get F-U-C-K'd up in here. Mhm. You better go ahead and you better get out because it's a whole lot of disaster. You're going to put yourself in a whole lot of disaster. Yeah, it's bad out here, y'all. It's bad out here. They've been doing this. And people emotionally buying. People are emotionally doing so many different things, emotionally desperate decisions that, cause it's getting exposed. I mean, but you got to understand, like, a lot of these cars have been messed up because of damage across the whole world. Just because the car's in Fort Lauderdale don't mean that it didn't come from another location where, it's just, they know what they're doing. That's why they get away with all of this stuff. That's why they truly get away with all this stuff. Yeah. So, yeah, we about to go into American crime now. So we about to just go ahead and hammer right through it because it is really real out here, y'all.
35, two senators from North Carolina are introducing a bill that could force FEMA to clean up some debris after natural disasters like Helene, for example. It is called the Disaster Assistance Fairness Act. The bill would require the president to direct FEMA to remove debris from real estate owned by homeowners associations and condos if state or government says the debris is a safety threat. Well, that can include a threat to life or to the economic recovery of the area, we understand. Senator Ted Budd released a statement about the act, saying in part, quote, "Our legislation will cut through red tape and remove dangerous debris from mountain homes. It will also make sure that all North Carolinians are eligible for disaster assistance regardless of the type of community they live in," end quote. Now, another part of the bill says FEMA must financially help homeowners with repairing essential elements of a home. So that includes heating and cooling equipment, plumbing, and even roofing, too. Senator Tom Tillis says in part, quote, "This common sense bill ensures that everyone, no matter where they live, has access to the services and assistance programs they need to restore their homes and recover after a disaster," end quote.
Ooh, they doing the most. They like, you need to hurry up and get out of here. You need to come and pick your stuff up. We don't care if you went through what you went through. We don't care if you went through what you went through. We don't care if you went through what you do. That's what they telling you. We ain't tripping on what you're doing. We ain't tripping on what you got going on. We don't give a damn about what you got going on. They so slick with it, y'all. Let me bring this one up. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, what happened? Hold up. Okay, it didn't. Okay, so we're just about to go straight down the line. It's a bunch of videos that I got in here. Let me make sure that I didn't skip anything. Let me make sure I didn't skip anything. No, I did not. Okay, we're just gonna go through these. They definitely about to get this work. They about to get this. All right, let's go through it, y'all. No holding back. Serious as a heart attack. Jack. Okay, what happened? Oh yeah, that's the crash that happened. But people crashing into homes. I don't get it right now. Like that is done for. But it's like neighbor on neighbor. And these are drunk occasions right now. That's why I'm bringing this stuff up, because these are massive amounts of like drunk situations. When when an economy is in decline, when you see alcohol companies and consumption like that on the rise, that's what I look at as the benchmarker looking at things. Why my sound don't want to? Hold on, y'all. I don't know why it does that to me. It work and then it don't. It do. But wow. let's get that there.
Now to that breaking news. Spartanburg city officials now confirming Spring Fling will not return this year.
It's getting a lot of attention as it was Spartanburg's biggest festival of the year. The street festival is usually held at the end of April. Tens of thousands to down Sparkle City. City officials there citing logistical challenges related to various construction projects downtown as the reason behind this. And we know work is actually being done to Morgan Square, and a new minor league baseball stadium is set to be complete in the middle of April. The city also says the festival will likely not return in the same form. And we could tell you the Spartanburg Regional Healthcare System Criterium Site Race, which served as a Friday night kickoff to Spring Fling, will take place this year on May 2nd. This is something we'll be staying on top of all day long as
You see how everything's getting pushed back? Everything's getting delayed. Everything's getting pushed back, getting canceled. Push them back, way back. Push them back, way back. Push them back, way back, way back. The Holy Mother is she's doing her thing. She is not playing with none of these folks right now. She literally is showing up and showing out. I wanted to show you that because it's just, I'm just going to show you a lot of stuff right now, but like there's no function to none of this stuff anymore. Okay, why is the sound doing that? I don't know if it's just they don't do that on the other time. So it want to get added to when I got company over, you know.
Multiple Middle Tennessee schools to close this week. Schools in Davidson, Wilson, Houston, and Lincoln counties have all announced they're closing. Now, no public schools are out so far in Nashville, but Father Ryan, a private high school, said they'll close for part of this week. Wilson County, the Lebanon Special School District, is closed for the rest of the week. This is the latest CDC flu map for the week ending January 25th. Tennessee.
Wow, look at that map. That's interesting. And see, these are the places that keep constantly getting hit. These are the places that are constantly getting hit, like with the flushing from the high mountains down into the water supplies. And like I said, it's a lot of people that are not clean. They're not sanitary anyways. So, you know, you're seeing the spread of many things everywhere. So, even if my hands is dirty, I'm not going to get sick. Even if my hands was clean and somebody was around me that was dirty or sick or anything, I'm not getting sick. I was at the store the other day. People was coughing and everything. We don't get sick no more. And even if we maybe even have the slightest of it, it comes and it goes. But when I see with these folks, they sick for like 3 weeks, y'all.
Highest flu level possible. The state health department reported 11 new outbreaks during that same time.
11 new. There you go. 11. Oh, come on. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to like reset all of the videos before I even play them. But I bring up the sickness because if you see right here, you're talking about an oyster recall. Now they say don't cast your pearls among swine. I know the are about millions of people down in New Orleans for this Super Bowl. You already got oyster recalls. You already got oyster recalls? Seafood? All of the seafood like about to be towed up like that? Come on, y'all. There's some real life stuff right now. It's some real life stuff. You about to have a lot of people on you about to have a lot of people on toilets. You about to have a lot of people in the hospital. It's about to be massive amounts of dew wipes getting purchased. because pestilence, bacterial, and viruses. You even talking about oil spills? That stuff never got cleaned up. You still have leakages. Even while they're doing all this drill, baby, drill. You got inexperienced people out there who don't know what the hell they're doing either. Drill, baby, drill. These are the type of animals that actually soak that stuff up. That gets into them. That gets inside of their shells. And you don't find out if it's nasty until you crack it open, or you didn't boil it in the water, or whatever the case may be. Many of the sea life in this capacity is affecting them and disrupting them in a massive amount of way.
For Southeast Louisiana oysters after 15 people got sick last week from different New Orleans restaurants.
But it's not all oysters. The state health department says the oysters harvested from Lake Bourne, LY Bay, and the Chandeleur Islands are the ones affected. This recall is set to last just about 20 days.
Happening now.
Wow. That don't sound too good. That don't sound too good, y'all. You got these people about to be going down there and ready to eat their etouffees and crab cakes and all type of stuff. It's crazy because ain't these all foods that we ain't supposed to be eating? If it ain't got no scales and fins, am I tripping? I thought I read that in the Bible. I know I read that in the Bible. So it ain't supposed to be, eel and snake and, squid and octopus and crab and lobster, and ain't like crab and lobster like the roaches of the ocean. They eat up everything that fall down at the bottom. They go in too. They go in on that food. Hold on. Let me get rid of some of these videos. It's acting stupid right now.
Every time, come on.
Hey, it's time to give your postman or woman a shout out. Today is National Thank a Mail Carrier Day. Recognition is aimed at reminding us how important postal service carriers are to our daily lives.
You can show your mail carrier gratitude by saying thank you or giving them a token of appreciation, maybe a thank you card. The first organized mail service in the U.S. was established in 1775, according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. There were more than 333,000 mail carriers employed in the U.S. in 2020.
Would you mail that card to them?
Mail it to the carrier? No, just hand it. I'm about to say, there's a lady that comes. There's a lady that comes to my apartment complex, and all of open. All together, you can open them individually, but I think there's a way get them to all open.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yes. And so she's just there kind of figure out where to go and
she's making it rain with the stuff.
Mine's always empty, but it's okay.
He's trying to be so cool. He's epically failing. He wants some chocolate so bad. He's yeah. You can tell right off top anyways. But no, I bring this up is because you had the whole situation with postal parcels from China and all that stuff being affected, but then they dipped their toe in the water and was like, oh, no, don't do that. We need our stuff, and so there's been a massive delay. I got a package that's supposed to be coming. I got delayed. But you're starting to see the massive amounts of delays because of these issues. So you got these people working overtime and all of this craziness, and each department, each industry, each business are all being affected all at the same time, and they're all getting hit on a massively consistent level. Hold on 1 second, let me make sure. Let me get rid of some of these. Let me make sure I get rid of these. Yeah, you got these folks trying to be super cool right now. Trying to be cool. They hanging out in the hood and all this stuff. Banging and throwing signs, gang signs up, stuff like that, wearing do-rags, everything. Like I said, you got everybody like coming out like they black right now. Yeah, what's up, my nigga? Like, yeah. I got Asians that done said it to my face. I done had Mexicans, white folks too. Right where I'm at. Oh, excuse me. Bless me. Salute. Get some wawa. Ooh. But like this, some of these videos tie into some of the stories we already talked about. But just, yeah, with the eggs right here, Waffle House is planning on adding a 50-cent plus surcharge. Now, I remember the last time I've been to, I believe it was like $1.50. So you're adding 50 more cents. So it's going to be $2 for another egg. Because it ain't just a 50-cent surcharge, because they already got it on their menus. You see what I'm saying? So yeah. Oh no. Why does my sound just disappear like that? Hold up. It just does it every time. Thank y'all for being accommodating and understanding with a brother.
Soaring egg prices are hitting Waffle House customers. The chain released a statement stating that they're temporarily charging 50 cents per egg. The company says that the egg shortage caused by bird flu is leading to higher prices. Waffle House says it is going to keep monitoring the cost of eggs and hopefully bring that cost down to you.
That's what I'm saying. It's literally ain't no hustler's remorse. This is literally, they've been in a desperate heave for capital. This has been a capitalistic sweepstakes. This has been like the supermarket sweep for all of them. But it's like you can the desperation of people cleaving into their whatever diabolical morality level they got, or 7 deadly sins they already involved in. This stuff is exposing these folks, and you're seeing all businesses getting affected now to where they hiking it up, and it's trickling down to the folks. Like I ain't never had a problem paying for nothing, but I'm just saying, like, it's starting to become a thing now with every business. And I got some businesses up here I ain't even brought up yet that we will be discussing in just 1 second. We want to get there. I got another video, but this is a one about there was a mass. There was a mass shooting on a college campus. 11 people were killed in Örebro school campus in Sweden. Sweden is what's going on in Sweden. That is what's going on in Sweden. But yeah.
Augusta's old First Baptist Church faces an uncertain future. It's been a pillar of the Garden City for more than 100 years, but for the better part of a decade, it's been empty.
Now, as your city government reporter Sydney Hood explains, the church is one of many blighted properties that could be holding Augusta back.
Staying tall for more than a century now, the old First Baptist Church is a silent witness to history, but now its future is as faded as its weathered walls. Hanging somewhere in the middle of history and progress.
We're not in the business of demolishing. That's what we're here for, is to preserve the heritage of
a place filled with generations of prayers.
There are more than 10. More than 10 code violations at that property, yes.
Now left saying its own Hail
More
Mary.
than 10.
When you look at the amount of investment already made to the tune of about $500,000, just to somewhat stabilize the building, there is documentation that there is some activity. It may not be the overhaul that people would expect to see or want to see.
Recently, the owner of the building filed a certificate of appropriateness to demolish the property.
CA will be brought before us. The commission, the HPC could either approve it or deny it. If it's denied, he has to, we'd go to mediation, as was stated, and if we can't resolve it in mediation, he can come before the full commission.
But I do think that there could definitely be more effort made on the maintenance of the property and the upkeep until the market will allow for him to come in and do those renovations or find an end user, or as he alluded to, potentially donate the property.
Because this is far from the only decaying property in the city.
And that's what they're having to do now. They're having to donate these things now. They're having to get rid of these things. These are, you gotta understand, people are really in the hole right now. People are really in the hole. And they're having to donate these things. They're having to give them things up, walk away from them because it's just too much stress. It's too much responsibility. They can't handle it. It's just really that bad for folks.
We have quite a few blighted properties. We're a historic city. We're a consolidated government, and we have aging architecture. And just like with any building, there's a maintenance component to things, and deferred maintenance leads us to where we are right now.
The next steps for the Old First Baptist Church will come when the HPC meets again, and there they will discuss the COA for demolition. In Augusta, Sydney Hood.
So you got many buildings like that. Even if it wasn't blighted, it got hit by natural disasters. So even from even the blight, just even from the mismanagement and the non-maintenance, you're running into these situations where there's cities across the whole country that are just like that.
Soon, it'll start accepting students for its CDL classes in Thompson.
We first learned about this project during Augusta Tech's State of the College address in the fall. Your Audrey Dickerber joins us live in studio after checking out this driving course for herself.
Well, it'll be a hands-on experience that Augusta Tech says is needed in our area. It's a program that'll take millions of dollars to complete, but they expect we'll have a big wait when it's all said and done. Hoping to help with the shortage after already getting several phone calls to be a part of the program.
When I went through school, they said you make almost 1,000 decisions
The day in order to keep people safe and transport support their CDL.
You get to experience
a new opportunity coming to Augusta Tech that will soon be offering classes during the day and at night that can be done in just 4 weeks.
Pretty large range that we can have 2 to 3 classes going on simultaneously. This will be for Class A truck drivers, those who want to drive 18-wheelers, and they can also, of course, qualify them to drive smaller vehicles like school buses.
And it's a need we've seen for a while now.
It's extremely important when you think about truck driving and logistics in this community. Being the second largest MSA in the state, we have a lot of truckers that get to the port of Savannah. To not have a program in our region is troubling.
He says students could make between $60,000 to $70,000 with little to no debt out of school, and also plan on adding another training facility for supply chain manufacturing and warehouse distribution. And truck drivers now say real-life experience like this is vital.
Get them out there driving, learn how to back, and just pay attention to what they've got to do, and get away from just having all these automatics.
Because the learning never stops.
You just got to get out here and learn for yourself. Yeah, because it's still stuff I need to learn.
This program will allow 200 students a year to graduate with their CDL, and one of their partners, Amazon, will even pay their employees' expenses to get their CDL, creating even more of an incentive. And they plan on having the CDL course done and ready to go by January of 2026.
Really a great thing that
It's interesting this got brought up because I have a Patreon, and what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be reading the CDL book that I got because I'm going to learn to get my CDL license myself. Obviously, I drive across the country, but I don't have my CDLs. But I mean, I'm very knowledgeable about a lot of stuff, but you still gotta, get behind the wheel for one, and just to know everything like that. But I always encourage everybody. Like, what the thing with my Patreon is going to be dealing with a lot of things that a lot of our people just didn't want to learn or know about. And so to be able to have that information up there, like I'll have, stuff up there about introduction into law, knowing about all the laws, like literally law 101, patents and copyrights and trademarks, artificial intelligence, coding, Python, blockchain technology, real estate investment. What else? The CDL license. Yeah. Just to at least know the information, this information that we should know, or we should be, be having ourselves involved in. So. Wait. Hold on, what's going on? Why is it freezing up on me? What happened? Oh, man, what is going on? Today is being a booger, y'all. And they never gave me this many issues just on these tabs specifically. Yeah.
Ever cold weather shelter activation is coming to an end following a month of offering unhoused residents a place to get warm.
But neighbors around the shelter located in the Athmar Park neighborhood are concerned about crime. 9 News reporter Courtney Yoon is digging into Denver police data this morning. She's joining us live in the area. Courtney, statistics show an increase of crime there.
Yes, that's right, Corey and Jordan. Once this warming shelter opened up, the calls started coming in, sometimes multiple times per day. The temporary shelter was housed here at the Denver Prep Academy, the former Denver Prep Academy building. Now, just in January alone, Denver police responded to 32 calls for service at the shelter, compared to 16 calls total in 2024. 9 of those 32 calls resulted in criminal reports. Among them were aggravated assaults, overdoses, trespassing, and criminal mischief. The city of Denver operated emergency shelters at full capacity for a month, offering unhoused residents a place to stay as temperatures dropped below freezing. The city says it activated the shelter 6 times starting on November 4th.
9 calls.
The longest stretch it was open was from December 30th to this Friday. Now, as the shelter shuts, say they're questioning whether the shelter belongs in a community surrounded by small businesses and families.
I can't speak for everyone, but I know the neighbors in this immediate area, including myself, are very concerned for our safety and the safety of our children. Children use this sidewalk to walk to school, so they're being exposed to open air drug use, syringes everywhere.
In a statement, the city did address residents' concerns, saying, quote, we can, must, and will do better. Denver police say they're increasing patrols in the area and will continue addressing safety issues with residents.
Y'all did this to yourselves. Y'all did this to yourselves.
We thought that the humane and reasonable thing to do when the city was being inhumane was to allow them to stay.
Well, tonight, that Albuquerque bookstore owner is facing backlash after allowing our local homeless to stay on his property.
And a public nuisance even, but a new ordinance could give that owner and others some leeway when it comes to Albuquerque's homeless crisis.
Yeah, Monica Lavergne joins us to explain what exactly is going on here, Monica.
Well, Quirky Used Books and More has been operating along Central for about 3 years, but some of Albuquerque's homeless population has been living on the property for even longer. But 9 months ago, the business owner allowed larger groups to live in the parking lot. That's when city officials declared there was a problem. But recent changes to a city ordinance could lead to some grace.
They essentially sought sanctuary here on our privately owned parking lot.
For 9 months, Gillum Lee has let about 15 people seek shelter outside of his business, Quirky Used Books and More, along Central.
The reality is they're not just going to evaporate. They're going to be somewhere. It's better from my parking lot than to be in your neighborhood park in the alley behind your home.
But Ed Fitzgerald, who owns a company and properties right across the street, doesn't agree.
For my tenants and for myself, and I noticed a rise in, street traffic in here, seemed like more drugs and more graffiti and just a sense of not being as safe as it had been. And apparently Albuquerque city officials didn't like Curley's position either.
They indicated that they were going to take us before a hearing officer for an administrative hearing, which could result in significant fine, thousands of dollars, and
So even when they try to help, even try to help their own out, they're getting penalized and they're getting closed down. They're getting fines and fees, and they have to close down. And like he said, these people are going to be migrating everywhere. They're people that belong to no land anymore. And so the people who do have that land are trying to have like a little, grandstanding and, virtue signaling. And the people that look like him as well, they don't like that. They're not in the business of trying to help people who are, beneath them or who have a different complexion, and even these people who are out here, they are their complexion. They're not ours. Ain't no black folks out here. So I'm just saying, like, the war is against is WOW crimes right now. WOW.
order to remove the people.
That hearing isn't happening until March. In the meantime, Albuquerque City Council is working out potential changes to its current nuisance property ordinance. The pitch is if a business or property gets 3 violations in 3 months, it will close while the city investigates. Curly worried calls about the encampment would be violations, but Monday night, city councilors agreed properties would not fall in that category.
We're hoping that the ordinance in its final form will not affect us, but we're still facing the hearing under the zoning code.
In a statement, a city spokesperson with the city's planning department says there are numerous health and safety violations at Quarry Books. They went on to say they responded to at least a dozen complaints last year, and Albuquerque police have responded to multiple incidents. Now, one of Curly's employees says because of their location, they're going to continue to see unhoused people on their property. Meanwhile, City Council didn't make a final decision on changing that ordinance. Councilors are looking to do that at a later meeting. That's that, Trevor.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's getting bad. It ain't getting no easier. It ain't getting better. No matter where they go, they're gonna get displaced. This is just what this is what life is for them now. Everywhere they go. Oh, why are you messing with me? Let's do this one. So just like that, just like they said on the other one, the other video where you got it's the 3 strikes you're out. You're getting the 3 strikes you're out now. You got a business, and you might have been helping somebody out, and 3 strikes you're out, and your business been up for 70 years and stuff like that. It get closed down. Businesses are getting closed down. Oh, come on, man. Why you not giving me no? Gotta do it again. Oh man, this got me going back and forth. It's gonna be all right, y'all. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. There we go. But yeah, this guy, he went out of business.
Brookfield Pizza Restaurant is closing after nearly 7 decades in business. Marty's Pizza says it's closing its Brookfield location on West Blue Mound Road. Now, they didn't provide a reason for the closure, but they do say their Delafield restaurant will stay open.
That's what's happening. They can't provide the reason because they're humiliated by the reasons. The reasons are humiliating for a lot of these folks, because it was never that type of case before. So now that the fact that they got a steroid shot of trying to keep up with the Joneses, once the curse is over, they wind up being the ones on Mount Everest with a loose bike chain. So yeah, whatever they got going on, 7 years, that's unlucky. It's unlucky for them. It ain't popping off like they used to. And that goes to show you that as much people be trying to talk about, support local businesses and the mom and pop stores and stuff like that, y'all so quick to go to damn Little Caesars. The Little Caesars by my sister job is popping, y'all. That pizza is jumping out the trap. That pizza is trap jumping. Domino's. Y'all not going to no damn Marty's. Y'all going straight to Little Caesars and getting that little $5 deal all day.
Breaking news out of Denver. There is a large presence of law enforcement at the Cedar Run Apartments. Thanks for being with us. I'm Jordan Chavez.
And I'm Corey Rose. That is off of South Oneida near Quebec and Leedsdale. 9's reporter Jennifer Meckles just arrived. Jenny, what are you seeing right now?
Guys, we are outside of the Cedar Run Apartments here. The entire block around the Cedar Run Apartments is closed off. We do not have a lot of information, so just bear with me. Walk you through what we know. Denver, the Colorado Denver FBI division is out here. This is not.
Oh, come on now. Why are you giving me these? You're giving me the blues today off of this. I'm going to have to switch it up over here. I got y'all. My apologies.
They said this is a Homeland Security operation. They are
I did not expect this to go down. Anyways, pretty much you got ice
We
everywhere.
were able to see a bus that was parked outside. Certainly something that we are watching for. We know something's been happening around the country. Various raids looking for folks that are in the country without proper documentation. We do not have any information yet this morning to tell you if there have been or any additional police action other than what is right now at this apartment complex with this high level of federal. The streets in and around this apartment complex, there are people standing out, kind of looking. I see one person down the street with a kind of like a bullhorn. I'm not sure what they're yelling, chanting, protesting, what have you. So we're going to get a better lay of the land out here to see first. But again, we know the various Homeland Security operations in the country, something we've been watching for here in Denver. There appears to be some kind of a federal operation outside of this apartment complex here this morning in Denver. We're going to hang out here. We're going to try to get some more information, but I can tell you right now, we don't have anybody telling us what they're doing, if they're arresting anyone, and any sort of idea of what those numbers might look like at this hour. So we're going to ask those questions, and we'll stay in touch with you guys, okay?
That's how bad it's gotten. They're not gonna tell you nothing. They're not gonna. They just going for it, y'all. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is an all-out cheer for all of this stuff, and it's gonna epically fail in so many different ways, in a lot of different ways. They going door to door, doing what they're doing right now, and just like you said with the bullhorn, they letting everybody know. So everybody just shuffling around. But you got these people trying to work hard out in the snow, out in the elements, trying to chase the rabbit. Literally trying to chase the rabbit. So it's catching up on them. It's catching up on a lot of people.
A new report
Like I said,
says
I always
climate
bring up the
change
snakes
is
and the rats.
impacting.
They sure been saying climate change lately.
The report says climate change is impacting the rat population.
Researchers at the University of Richmond released the study last week. They found warmer winters, crowded living conditions, less vegetation, and limited rat control measures contributed to population. Rats are on the rise in Washington, D.C., San Francisco, Toronto. Scientists say the warmer weather, especially in the winter, increased the time that rats spend above ground looking for food.
Yeah, the amount of rats that's going on right now, y'all, is rats and the feral pigs. The rats, the feral pigs, the crocodiles, and the pythons, and the mosquitoes. Those are the 5 things I know right now that have been on the rise, especially the rats. The rats, they be humping. Oh, also forgot about the wolves. I forgot about the wolves, the coyotes. I mean, just literally everything. Like, all of the animal kingdoms is starting to, take precedence.
Of Apple Grove Lutheran outside of Argyle is making plans to rebuild its church. A tornado tore through the building last summer. JT Siskowski has you covered on what remains of the church and what the new building means for a small congregation.
It's quiet at the former church site now, a far cry from the sounds and emotion of last June,
Let grace appear.
when the congregation held mass in the wreckage left by a tornado.
You can still see where the tornado came right through.
Pastor Dan Bowman is now planning a rebuild of the church.
This past Sunday at our annual meeting, we did vote to rebuild
They
after us.
outside.
The new building will be smaller than the last, pictured here. There won't be a steeple.
But our hope is that we'll still have the church here, just in a simpler form than it was.
The smaller church is due to what insurance would pay.
But it will still meet all the needs we have.
Like supporting their cemetery.
Great-grandparents, grandparents, sons, daughters, mothers, fathers.
Y'all see how they getting swept off the land? Getting swept off the land. All of this is getting rinsed.
There's buried out there.
And their community.
To let people know that we're still here, we still care, we still think we have an important role to share God's love with our community.
A community that stepped up to support the grieving congregation.
The outpouring of love and help that we've got from so many people. And they have been sitting back waiting to see what's going to go on, and I know they're going to be happy about the rebuild.
There is still a lot of design and preparation work that needs to happen before shovels can go in the ground. And the pastor tells me that he expects it to be about a year before construction gets underway. In Argyle, I'm JT Siskowski.
Ooh, you don't know what none of them names did. All them people right there, you don't know what they did. They getting removed. They did something. They did something to be on that land. You did something to get that. What did you do? You're finding out now. Don't look pretty.
Yeah, and I think the cities are getting better to protect them as well. Close to 200 people came out last night in protest, making it the 5th night in a row that they've done so, as you mentioned, to protest President Trump's deportation policies. But the thing is, I think the cities are getting better at it. Glendale police was ready for them. You could see the folks that came out here last night, it started off slow. They kind of started gathering around 5 or 6, but once they got to full, like 200 people walking out here, what it looked like they were doing was they were standing outside in the intersection, just outside of Westgate Entertainment Center, walking back and forth. They were not allowed to make it to the shops. That is because Glendale police brought Westgate to them, and also some of the shops closed up early because they were preparing for this protest last night. They also tried to make it to the 101 at some point, but they were blocked from making it to the 101 by the Glendale police in riot gear as well. Belinda Santa Cruz, who came out here as part of the protest, thought it was important for her and her family to be a part of it.
What's happened in the world today is so heartbreaking, and I want to teach my kids that they have a voice and to stand up for what they believe, and I believe what's happening right now is wrong.
Y'all didn't believe what was happening to us was wrong. Y'all did not, you just said it out your mouth, lady. Y'all do not believe what happened to us was wrong. Y'all thought it was okay. Y'all thought it was justified. Y'all thought it was the right thing. This is what's coming out of y'all mouths. Y'all over here trying to do the Martin Luther King Million Man marches all over the country now. When we was speaking up and we was sitting here screaming and yelling, y'all was tucked away. Every single one of y'all. The Indians with the dot and the feather, all the Latinos, all of you African tethers that are out there, all of the Pacific Islanders, every single other nationality that is in this country, when the atrocities was happening to the people, the original people of this land, y'all turned your face. And the Most High God saw it. And it was duly noted. This is the reactions to your actions, to your words, and to your thoughts. You guys thought that it ain't happening to me, it's happening to them motherfuckers over there. It's happening to those black people over there. I ain't gonna be involved in that. So the fact that it is truly happening to y'all now you're saying that is wrong. But when we was getting hosed down, having dogs bite our people, getting yanked at the back of the neck of the collar just to eat some damn pie. Y'all didn't want to assimilate. Y'all came into our communities. Y'all never supported any of our businesses. Y'all never patronized our businesses. When a business is closed down, y'all waited for them to close down and y'all moved in together and capitalized on it. But when it came down for us to be able to have what we have, y'all made it a point to go against. And just like you and every other nationality, every other group of people, y'all all came together and bounded for y'all's. While we sat here and not only bounded for us's, but we bounded for everybody else's too. Which got pros and cons to it. Because obviously it's pros to us because that shows how good of people we've always been. We've always been graceful. We've always been humble. We've always loved and showed love. The con is, hey, people take your kindness for weakness. People take that shit for advantage. And this is what y'all created. Now you want to say it's wrong and everything everybody's doing. Hey, we've been telling y'all what these white folks been doing to us. Wasn't nobody listening. Wasn't nobody out here riding with us. Not none of y'all. None of y'all. So now that it's wrong because it's knocking on your front door and ending up on everybody else's shit list, we're not coming to no rescue for no Iceland. We're not coming to no rescue for no India, no Thailand, no China, no Japan, no Korea, no Australia, no Africa, no South America. No. And we ain't even trying to have no conversations about even trying to delegate that away. Y'all trying to make us, try to throw that guilt trip on like, y'all should be over here helping us because, when stuff was happening to y'all, I used to think about trying to help y'all. I used to think about trying to help y'all. Nah, we ain't going through this no more. We ain't never going back to sleep again.
Now, what you see here is, according to Glendale police, one person was taken into custody. Now, that person wasn't part of the protesters here, but was driving erratically and was taken into custody last night. Now, no word if there's more plans for protests to happen today, guys. But this one last night seemed like Glendale police had it all set up. They did not allow them to make it into Westgate. Those shops had closed early because they knew that people were going to gather last night. And it seemed, for the most part, if you saw the video, it looks like they were walking back and forth along with the light here. A lot more, let's say it was calmer than it had been the last few nights.
Gibby, thank you so much.
Yeah. It is going down. Yes, beloved sister, now look at y'all. Now look at everybody who sat there and was shitting on us, laughing at us, ha-ha and kikiing. Y'all was ha-ha, kikiing all at us. Every one of y'all was ha-ha and kikiing at us, man. While we was actually struggling, man. When I was going through it bad too, man, I had people every one of us have gone through these experiences, period, point blank. Been in the doctor's offices where people that don't look like us is looking over our bodies and checking on our bodies and stuff like that. And just like, you know what, just take all of these pills right here. You go to the mechanic, your car is totaled. You just need it. It's a brand new car. But yeah, I know it's a brand new car, but it's totaled.
It is Oyster Night at more than 50 restaurants across the city. We're also excited about it, including the camera, because it's just rolling away, all in celebration of the Super Bowl 59 Living Shoreline Coastal Restoration Project. Got Chef Dana Hahn from...
Didn't I just say that it was a problem with the oysters? And it's about to be 50 restaurants who are about to host Oyster Night. You think these people know about this? You think the people that's going out there, they on the planes, they in TSA, they walk in, they listen to the music, they tune it out. Everybody, they don't want to talk to each other. Everybody's around each other, but don't want to say nothing. Ain't nobody informing them, and you know. And then they get down there and they just turn up. They don't know about whatever else is going on out there. They don't know about the oil spills. They don't know about anything, all the pestilence that's going around, all the bacteria that is popping up because of ice glaciers that are melting. They don't know about these things. My stomach is growling at me, saying, hallelujah. Thank you. All praise to the Most High. Ooh, some of that filet mignon water. Ooh, that filet mignon water.
Outside in Mid-City. Also, Mr. James Cars, the communications director at the Coalition to Restore Coastal Louisiana, here this morning to talk about the importance of Oyster Night and also the importance of restoring the coastline. Something that's really come to the fore this week with the Super Bowl. Good morning.
It's interesting. He said like the restoring thing. You see how they use particular words to grandstand the atrocities that have gone on. We're here to try to restore. We're trying to keep this going on. Like even if it was a massacre, we got to keep going. We got to keep doing these things. Like people don't know when to just throw in a towel or give up or quit or stop or anything like that. It's like staying in the game too long. Like I said right now, he just said we got to restore and all that. You're grandstanding. You're the ambassador at restoring things, stuff like that. This is no different than a person in a casino who is gambling their mortgage, their wedding ring, everything in their bank account on a craps table, at the roulette table, at the blackjack table, and stay on the damn table one hand too long and snake eyes crap out. God bless you, sister. You eating?
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
So y'all have been busy working to get these oysters, the project that you're doing this week.
Yeah, on Monday, we put 59 tons of oyster shell into the water at Leeville, which is in South Lafourche Parish, building an oyster reef that will have baby oysters growing on it. It will slow the rate of land loss there, and it will help to knock down storm surge during hurricanes. But we need more oyster shell.
Extremely important. That's where Oyster Night comes into effect tonight. So, Chef, tell us what you're doing here.
All right, well, we're actually shucking some oysters. These are beautiful Southern Belle oysters from down in Grand Isle Sea Farm, off-bottom aquacultured oysters. And just a super simple preparation, a little tamari ginger sauce. It's got some peppers, it's got some more ginger, it's got wakame.
See, and it's easy to cover up all them tastes when the oil is in it, when the things is in it. These things eat these things. They eat this. You're literally eating like what a roach eat, or like, yeah. So yeah, you can throw a little lemon sauce on it and stuff like that. Oh, it tastes good. It tastes like lemon. I don't know. I don't care about it. These people have no idea what's about to happen to them right now.
Some a little bit of seed, peppers. Just keeping it simple so you can actually taste the oysters.
Yeah, which is important. Sometimes when you put too much on there and it masks the taste of the actual oyster itself.
That's right. Yeah. Especially with these oysters, I mean, such beautiful nuance in the flavor. I keep it about that.
Quite a few restaurants taking part in this night. How many oysters are y'all hoping to get out of this to go to coastal restoration?
Well, I mean, I think we would take 59 tons. I don't know if we'll make it there, but it's a lot of restaurants, some of them that do not historically carry oysters on the menu. So it's really a great event, and it will also serve to promote our seafood industry and especially our oyster industry. So, yeah.
Right, it is dual pronged. We had Lieutenant Governor Nungesser on this earlier this morning. He was talking about the importance of making sure that Louisiana seafood was on display with so many people here, just making sure that our economy, our industry is on display. Chef, tell us what you're doing now. You're taking that tamari, what is it? The
tamari ginger sauce, yeah. And then I'm just going to hit it with the wakame, which actually adds a nice little savory bit to it. And then, like I said, we're going to get more ginger, Ginger in this dish is really prominent and beautiful. Some scallions.
And James, as he does this real quick, just talk to us about other efforts to restore the coastline here and how people can help.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. I know that NFL Green did a project with Train Conservancy yesterday, planting trees.
They about to find out the hard
So
way.
there's a whole lot of stuff in conjunction with the Super Bowl, but the continuing efforts here, you know, nonstop to try to hold on to as much of our state as possible.
Right, and that's the important part, making sure that the efforts do continue long after the game is over. We do thank y'all much for being.
It's interesting because a lot of as soon as I open up YouTube, like it'd be nothing but food that pops up there. But sometimes I find something like this that pertains to the stories that I want to talk about and convey. But yeah, I'm just saying that just because, man, I don't even be looking. I wasn't even looking at food when I saw one day where it was just like every single. And this is during the fast right now, y'all. I think it was like a day or two ago because I wasn't on yesterday. I think it was the day before when I had that. But my whole news feed, I struggled just to find some videos, but my whole news feed had food, people cooking the most delicious food. Had how people be having like restaurants and they eat like the big old burger, or the biggest burger, or can you eat all of this challenge and stuff like that. People was like barbecuing big old tomahawk steaks and stuff like that. I'm like, why is all this food on my YouTube right now? Like, what are y'all trying to do to me? Like, I'm strong. I'm looking at myself in the mirror crying like, I'm strong, mama. I'm strong, daddy. I'm strong. I'ma hold on. I ain't gonna give up and I ain't gonna give in. Y'all not gonna break my spirit. I'ma keep on fighting. Oh man, but I watch, y'all. It's gonna be a lot of people that get sick. I'm just calling it. I'm calling it as I see it. When I see it, I see it, and I'm pretty on point when I call it. Hey, all right, let me get to the next one. Come on, yeah. I believe I got 2 more hours before I can eat. So I don't want to keep tempting myself for the next 2 hours talking about, oh, I wish. Oh, I wish. What's that song? So the tip of my tongue, but I don't want nothing else on the tip of my tongue but this beautiful, delicious water filet mignon. Because we strong over here. Oh yeah, the struggle is real, y'all. I'm trying to keep myself. I don't sound loopy or nothing like that. I hope I don't. You sound like no. I guess I get more funny or whatever. I don't know. But anyways, we're gonna keep the party going. Wait, what happened? Wait, what happened? What happened? Huh? Wait, what happened? Oh, come on now. I don't know why it does this. I have no idea. It's like the less and less. Here's my mouse ain't dead. All right, hold on. Hold on, let me make sure this is working right. Oh, come on now. Oh. It's always one video. Anyway, let me see if I can just take that off. All right, that worked better. So I ain't gotta keep fighting with it. Like, man, why is it fighting with it? It'll get better. Make sure because I know that tying with that. But yeah, you literally there's people about to get sick out there, y'all. Because you got to think about all the food that we're not supposed to be eating. And like I said, like this year has been the time where people are doubling down on a lot of the stuff that they're doing. And so, what is that? People been eating deer meat a lot more and getting, what is that? Lyme disease. These people have been eating a lot of this wild food and getting these very, very strange diseases right now. Like, for real. They're eating cricket crackers. I can't make none of this stuff up. Insect protein bars. Have I eaten an insect before? Have I eaten it? Hold on, y'all. I've eaten a lot of stuff. I'm a garbage disposal. I'm trying to think if I've ever eaten any insect. I've never eaten a mosquito. Never eaten a fly. Maybe on my food, maybe one time. It may have just popped in it landed in the soup. I didn't see it. Scoop. That tasted protein-ish. No. I ain't eat no bug. No. Haven't eaten like no caterpillar, no worm. Oh. Have I eaten a worm? I feel like I've eaten a worm as a kid. I feel like I eaten a worm as a kid. Have I eaten it as an adult? No. So, you want some of this too, old man? No. I don't know why you keep coming out here messing with these people, man. Man, my grandmama gave me that chain. My grandmama gave me that chain. Oh no, I was on that video. My bad. I didn't mean to do that. Let me go back. Let me go back. Yeah, the deportation is real, y'all. So let me go back to that one. But the Super Bowl, I'm gonna be on that day too. I'm gonna be going back and forth with everything. We're gonna be looking at the commercials. We're gonna be looking at everything that's gonna be playing on because everything happens for a reason. So yes.
C-17 Globemaster carrying more than 100 illegal Indian immigrants has landed in Punjab's Amritsar. This is the furthest destination of the Trump administration's military port flights for illegal. The C-17 Globemaster reportedly departed from San Antonio in Texas. Now, most of the deported migrants are said to be from the states of Punjab or Gujarat. Now, according to reports, people who have been deported include 79 men, 25 women, including 12 children. Amongst them, 33 are said to be from Gujarat, 33 from Haryana, 30 from Punjab, 3 from Maharashtra, 3 from Uttar Pradesh, and 2 from Chandigarh. The American President Donald Trump is increasingly turned to his military to carry out his immigration agenda, including the usage of his military jets to deport illegal immigrants. The Pentagon has also started providing flights to deport more than 5,000 immigrants held by U.S. authorities in Texas and California. Wow. So far, military aircraft have flown illegal immigrants to places such as Guatemala, Peru, and Honduras. The Trump administration has also sent additional troops to the Mexico. The U.S. officials have said that they started to fly the detained immigrants to Guantanamo military base. Now, Guantanamo is primarily known as a very controversial detention center for the suspects that it housed but the base also has a history of being used to hold migrants as well. Now, Donald Trump had last week ordered for the preparation of a 30,000-person migrant facility there. Beyond Siddhant Sibal has been tracking the story for us and sent us this report. Listen in.
A U.S. military plane carrying the illegal Indian immigrants has landed in the northern city of Amritsar. Now we know that the is part of the policy administration, which is a very aggressive policy and a strong policy when it comes to illegal immigration. In fact, there has been conversation between the Indian External Affairs Minister and the new U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on the issue of immigration during their bilateral meeting on 21st of January. And India has been clear that it does not accept illegal migration. It only supports legal migration. So all in all, an important development coming just days.
Huh? I don't get how, what you don't support illegal migration of your own people coming back to a land that they left to come to a place illegally. So they was already legally in your place already. So how they illegal because they came back? Because what, they got stained because they went to America? They like, oh, you guys pledged your allegiance to America. You're not Indian anymore. Is that what it is now? Is that what it is now?
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi travels to United States, where focus will be on how to take the relationship further, and many issues are expected to be discussed between the Indian Prime Minister and the US President Donald Trump, including the issue of immigration, trade, defense, and Indo-Pacific. With video journalist Neeraj Patel, Siddhant Sibal.
It is going down. It is emergency for them. Oh, it is an emergency. So them H-1B visas is not on. They're not on back order. Yeah, they're not on back order and they're not on standby. It's looking like it's getting sticky. Oh, it's getting sticky. Hold on. All right, this is goofy.
In the ever-expanding list of crimes you never thought you'd hear about, thieves in the U.S.'s Pennsylvania have pulled off an extraordinary heist, making off with over 100,000 eggs worth around a...
She couldn't wait to use that. She's so goofy, corny for that.
Whopping $40,000. That's a whole lot of omelets gone missing. Now, according to the police, the grand egg caper took place on the 1st of February. The location was Pete and Jerry's Organic Eggs in Greencastle. The thieves cracked into the back of a trailer and made off with their protein-packed loot. As per the police officials, the thieves hit the gold like organic eggs at night when they were being transported from a farm to the store. They used the cover of night to hit the egg pot successfully. The company now dealing with an extremely convenient supply chain hiccup.
She's so corny. Why are you corny, lady? She's trying to get away with it. I'm telling you this.
Has assured customers it is working closely with law enforcement. So far, Pennsylvania State Police have confirmed that approximately 100,000 eggs have flown the coop. Details remains no leads, no.
Oh, she is so corny. I have to laugh. I catch everything.
No suspects. Just an unsolved case of grand larceny that's left breakfast lovers deeply concerned. And the timing be worse. Egg prices in the U.S. have already been hatching trouble, all thanks to a deadly and persistent bird flu epidemic. The U.S.'s Center for Disease Control and Prevention stated that over 155 million birds have been wiped out since the avian flu outbreak began in 2020. The Agriculture Department warns prices could spike another 20% in 2025, hence leaving consumers scrambling to afford their morning sunny side up. Even the beloved Waffle House has had to impose an egg surcharge. A true sign of inflation stress when the cheapest diner in America starts upcharging for its staple ingredient. The ongoing bird flu outbreak, which has been wreaking havoc on poultry, cattle, and even mammals, has led to bare shelves and skyrocketing prices. In December of 2024 alone, egg prices shot up by nearly 8%. A carton of eggs jumped from $2.51 in December of 2023 to a staggering $4.15 a year later, which is a whopping 65% increase in a year. Given these, one has to wonder, were the thieves' economics cashing in on the black market brunch trade, or just some very desperate breakfast enthusiasts? As the investigation continues, one thing is clear. This is no ordinary case of poultry pilfering. Until the culprits are found, egg lovers across Pennsylvania will have to keep their guard up. After all, when eggs become a high-stakes commodity, who knows what's next? Black market bacon, underground avocado deals, The breakfast industry may never be the same.
She cold.
From breaking news to the day's biggest controversy.
Oh man, she cold with that. I didn't expect that. That gave me a chuckle. I could appreciate corny ass humor because my ass is corny too. So I know I can't get bad at it. I just didn't expect it. Exactly. Oh yeah, she had Chat GPT wrote that for her. Chat GPT wrote that for her. She got away with that one. But it's like you could tell that she's reading it. Like she didn't have it didn't come off the top of the dome. You know what I'm saying? Like it didn't have that extra flowetry to it. So it was a little different. Yeah. It still hit. Still hit. You know. But these are the American crimes. These are the American crimes.
Happening now, a death row inmate making his case for clemency.
Wendell Grissom was convicted of murder for shooting and killing a woman during a home break-in in 2005, and prosecutors say Grissom and an accomplice broke into the home with those two women inside. He admitted to the Blaine County killing, saying he was drunk at the time. A 23-year-old nurse who died protecting two innocent children. The Pardon and Parole Board has the opportunity to recommend clemency or not, with the final decision up to Governor Stitt. That clemency hearing started minutes ago at 9, and we will be following this and bringing you those details as they come in.
I wanted to bring this video up because there's if you look at a lot of the legality, like I said, the courts are super busy right now, but the amount of the amount of applications submitted for clemency. The interesting part about these folks is that they commit the crime, but they don't want to do the time. It's like they're committing all these crimes. And they're like, oh, I was just playing, or I was just this, I was just that, oh, I was drunk, or anything like that. Like everybody, once they get behind them bars and realize that this is real life for y'all now, forever and forever, ever. But you got so many of them that are on death row right now, or got like 200 years of life, you know? But they're trying to get away. They're trying to get out of a system that they used to be able to wiggle out of, but that ain't happening no more. They can't wiggle themselves out of these snares now. Like they're the little piggies that get caught in those snares, and they're squealing. They're squealing. They're like, help! Somebody help! Help! I need somebody help! Anybody help! Anybody help! Yeah, it's just a lot of squealing. It's a lot of squealing.
Emergency crews were called to a fire in Clarksburg early this morning. It happened just before 3:30 on Peck Street. Crews arrived to find a portion of an old trestle bridge on fire located across Elk Creek. Crews were able to extinguish the fire quickly, but fire officials say it is suspicious. They suspect it was started by someone staying under the bridge at the time. Officials sound of dry brush near the fire could have allowed that fire to spread quickly had it not been caught so early. No one was injured in the city fire.
I look at that for two things. For me, I look at it as, it's just water under the bridge. Or, hey, the bridge the bridge that we built, y'all burnt it. The bridges is burnt. The thrill is gone. The thrill is gone. The thrill is gone. You can blame it on brush fire and all that stuff. Or the little garden gnomes living under the bridge or whatever like that. The bridge is burnt connected to us. Y'all are no longer even nowhere near connected. That's why y'all having a fend for yourself now. Okay, where my sound go? Why y'all do this to me? Yeah, I did bring this up because they was they're trying to build up a lot of these emergency shelters now because they see that the weather is about to shift. Let me go back because this is just acting again. It just acted on me again. Let me go back, pull that back up, and bring that back in. Shalom, beloveds. Appreciate y'all coming in. We are always jam-packed with the news. I missed yesterday, so I have a humongous backlog.
Relating to emergency shelters. One bill introduced by Representative John Lombardi would establish rules and procedures for licensing emergency shelters. It would also mean residents experiencing homelessness cannot be charged fees. Second bill would allow for what are called save units to pop up around the state.
There's many reasons why congregate shelter may not be the most appropriate for somebody, whether they have PTSD, if they're a couple, they don't want to be separated, if they have a companion animal. These are solutions that can help, again, meet people where they're at and can be deployed rapidly within a particular community.
Another bill being considered.
I bring this up is because even with these emergency shelters and stuff like that, these places for them have been incubators, have been petri dishes for disease. Like, it's nasty in these places, y'all. I know, because I used to help out and do all this, man. I promise I did it. I've done everything, almost everything. But when I'm seeing this stuff, it's like y'all could have been doing all this. And so that's what goes to y'all ability to be leaders in the first place. Y'all weren't built to be leaders. Y'all were built to be like evil. Really. Like really evil. Not only only to y'all. Y'all wanted to do it to your own people. Yeah. But now y'all trying to grandstand and save each other. Oh, we got to save each other. Oh, we need Narcan. We need to be able to do this and help each other out. No. All that's going to run out real quick. Because do you love thy neighbor when the devil's next door?
Jr. is set to appear before a Sammy Schaefer Jr. is set to appear before a judge at 1:30 this afternoon. The Madison County State's attorney has charged Schaefer and two others with first-degree murder in what prosecutors plot. According to court documents, Schaefer is accused of orchestrating this scheme, allegedly paying Gary Johnson and Marty Shaw a total of $10,000 to kill Portia Rowland. She was gunned down outside her home in.
Brothers and sisters, I need you to understand that these people are not your help. They're not going to be your saviors. They're going to put you in going to put you back in a cursed position because of your 7 deadly sins. You're greedy, you're gluttonous, you're, slothful. You don't want to get up and earn your stuff, earn your keep and stuff like that. You're going to find yourself going back down, trying to go back down these fast tracks, these shortcuts, these fast paths, these fast lanes, and right into a brick wall or off a cliff. So being attached to any of these folks right now, you're just going to really run a risk. It's going to be a very tough sledding because what their emotions have gone into wrath. It's envy because they envy how blessed we are, how humble and gracious we are. They envy the fact that we, even when they do the stuff that they do, that we still have the heart to not come back and retaliate. Like they've been trying to look for that smoke with us for the longest, and we like, dude, y'all don't want that smoke for one, but at the same time, it's just like it's a waste of time, and that pisses them off. That pisses them off that they can't squeeze and get us involved in a damn race war. So they sit and shout and punch the air while they at home. Girlfriend and wife is like, what's going on? Shut up, Becky. I hate you. I hate you because you're in between the hate that I want to hate. I can't hate them because, it's like, it's weird, y'all. It's weird. It's the 7 deadly sins right now. I ain't even going to play that all the way through because it literally is what it's come down to. People have been trying to get rid of the liabilities that they have. Instead of just leaving her and walking away, you trying to murder her? What's going on right now? See? That's the difference. That's the difference. All right, let me bring this back. Like I said, 7 deadly sins, you're talking about greed. This is greed. I don't know why these little stupid things be popping up on my kick.
Football's biggest night is also one of the betting events of the year, with officials at the American Gaming Association expecting a record number of legal wagers on Super Bowl 59.
And that number for the game on Sunday is $1.39 billion.
Industry experts say the numbers could be even higher if they account for gambling between friends and family, like Super Bowl squares.
Look, that is a form of illegal gambling, but nobody's going to knock on your door and slap you on the wrist for doing that. Last year,
Until they
estimated
do.
that amount.
Until they do.
20
They already knocking on the doors of all the illegal immigrants right now. So who's to say?
billion
They will.
dollars when you include
They on
all
around the corner.
types of wagers.
And there certainly won't be a lack of action to bet on. It's the second time the Kansas City Chiefs will face the Philadelphia
They don't want you doing
Eagles
nothing
during
without
the Super
them.
Bowl. The Chiefs are also going for a third straight Super Bowl win.
I think Chiefs fatigue does not necessarily mean betting fatigue. You've got a really exciting matchup.
Sports betting is live and legal in 38 states, plus Washington, D.C.
Right now, today, 3 out of every 4 bets placed in this country are now legal bets.
Officials stress the importance of using legal operators and warn how to spot illegal prop bets.
Legal sportsbook operators only offer prop bets on things that happen on the field. Things that happen off the field, if you find yourself in an app and you're betting on something that's happening off the field, you're probably in an illegal setting.
Kickoff is for 6:30 p.m. Eastern.
All praise to the Most High, because He has released me from this particular type of sin, a long time ago, which I'm very happy and proud that I have not been involved in any of that. What they just said, it's like it's like not having a taste for it no more. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it's gotten to for me, to where I can look at it and be like, man, when I was really down and out and didn't have anything, I thought that I had the luckiest luck, in which I did, man, my luck was good, but then it would just disappear that fast because I was not living righteous. So I bring this up is because not being participatory in any of their systems, anything like that, I've been able to be at peace. I have more joy in my life. Everybody I know who's involved in anything, we're living in the very lowest of chakra times right now. We're living in the gladiatorial time. This is Sodom and Gomorrah. This is the Babylon right now. This is gladiatorial times that we're living in right now, where you have to fight for tooth and nail just to be able to have, which is absurd, because there's plentiful. That's what's the crazy part about it, is all this scarcity that's been created. Which is the worst way to go about doing any type of thing. But when you're seeing this going on right now, you're seeing all the massive amounts of people that you just said, billions of dollars. There's a lot of emotional people out here. There's a lot of people that lost everything in the last little bits that they have. They are going to take it out and they're going to bank on hitting the jackpot. And it's literally going to be snake eyes. Like I said, this is the beginning of it for folks. People getting they little income tax checks. If they get those, I'm talking about dissolving that, but people that's going to get their little money, their little crypto, their little whatever, people really are invested into everything this year. And it's all based, it's so ill managed. And so what's going to happen is that whatever they partake in, whatever somebody is putting all of they all into, it's like, I remember when the lottery was high. I remember running to this lady. She's like, this is my rent money. That lady put her rent money and she didn't win. I seen her again. She's doing worse than what she was. But I'm just saying that it's whatever deadly sin that person is getting caught up in, you're getting caught up in. If you're lusting right now, you're gonna get some HPV, some herpes, some AIDS, and HIV. You're gonna have some babies. You got some wrath. You're gonna be doing 25 to life. Like the gavels of judgment are slamming down on people and locking the door behind you. You want to be slothful? You're going to find out. Like, all of this is happening right now. So you're dealing with people who are greedy right now, and they're about to lose everything. You're about to see a lot of people very emotional. They're going to be really quiet, really humble. They're going to be coming back to work because they know that they got to really work that money back up now. All of these events that were planned out this year, people were trying to go to, the Beyonce concerts, all these tours. The Drake is on tour. He just went on tour in Australia. And he looked bad too. He looked bad too after that loss to, whatever rap battle. Anyways, I'm just saying that whatever anybody's partaking into that is not righteous and not holy in the name of the Most High, you're going to find out the very, very opposite way of what you thought was supposed to be your blessing. You're going to get bit with the snake eyes. It's going to be really bad for a lot of people. I bring that up because that's one of the biggest days of the year. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many people are sitting in front of that TV, tuned in and tapped in to every commercial, every potato chip they eat, every high five they give? It's become a family and community tradition. In the United Corporations,
New details.
and United Corporations of America have grandstanded behind every single particular holiday or anything that has been traditionalized in this country as money, big money opportunities. It doesn't matter what it is. Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, Super Bowl, it doesn't matter. Today is National Thank Your Mail Person Day. National Soup Day today. They always got a National something day. But anyways, this is another thing. With the massage parlors, a lot of different businesses that are operated by foreign people right now. I'm bringing this up because I always bring something up for a reason. All of these foreign people that have been running all of these different businesses right now. It's a lot of these places that are. This is literally like Anne Frank. This is Anne Frank all over again. The Gestapo's coming through every single place, looking up in the attics and all type of stuff, trying to find out if anybody got their paperwork.
Tonight on the massage parlor shut down by the city of Springfield, we now know the name of all 11 businesses. The city says these businesses were shut down for violating ordinances. Owners are accused of not applying for the necessary permits to operate within city limits or did not have a licensed massage therapist on site during inspections. And I bring that up is that our people are always like judicial in that sense that we always, we know the law because we always getting locked up by the law. So we got to know the damn law. But I'm just saying that they didn't want us in government and state and local and federal jobs and stuff like that because we do our damn job. Let me be an auditor or a permit, person like that. Oh, I'd have been cracking down on all of y'all. So yeah, they don't want us in these positions to be cracking down on these people. They don't want us as the judges in the court system, judging them on their bad deeds. This happened in what was that, Greenwood? No, was that Greenwood, North Carolina? The first black judge, I think it was, in North Carolina, and they hurry up and got him off of there. They didn't want him being judged by no. They didn't want that white man being judged by no black person. That was unprecedented at the time. That was during Jim Crow. That was deep into slavery. But I'm saying, like, our people in these positions of power, being able to work in the cities and the councils and stuff like that, this would have been shutting down everybody. All the illegal permits that y'all not allowed all these people on the side of the curb selling tacos on the side of the street. All of these places who got these massage parlors, everything would have been shutting all of everything down. But y'all wanted to be in control and kick us out, not have us involved in anything. Lo and behold, Big Mama and Big Daddy is coming to take control, take charge, and show y'all. The closures come 7 months after aldermen voted to enact the new ordinance, which they say allows them to keep track of these types of establishments. News Channel 20's Emily Jordan is working for you to find out what's next for those businesses. Emily? I'm glad she just said that because they think that they ain't been watched. They think that nothing can go wrong.
They think that they was out of the clear, that nobody was looking at them. She just said that they've been watching y'all ass. Y'all not off the hook for none of this.
Those 11 establishments will be served with fines in court. According to the city, Cozy Cabin, Healthy Spa, and Capital Spa all failed to respond to the city's attempts. The other 8, Jade Spa, Illinois Relax, Q2, Asian Massage, Royal Massage, Sunshine Massage, Sunflower Massage, Red Bean Spa, and Fitness Massage, failed to correct ordinance violations. Corporation Counsel Greg Murdoch says the city can fine businesses up to $50,000.
So we've already given them plenty of chances. What we will seek when we file in administrative court is for fines, and if we're successful, they'll be given 35 days to pay those fines.
35 days to pay those damn fines. $50,000 in 35 days. How many back massages can you get done if you close down the business to pay in 35 days, pay $50,000? You kind of just really trapped them out. You're talking about, oh, we gave you a bunch of time to capitalize on these black folks so you can get some money. Now time's up. You got to be able to. It's like you're talking about the permits. What's the listing? What is the standardize of these permits? So nobody would commit these. They don't tell nobody. They ain't gonna tell nobody shit. Like I said, they sitting here fining all these people because these places are broke. They have no money, so they're finding anything under the rock to be able to hammer up anybody. All of everybody else. If you ain't black, you getting hemmed up. You black, you ain't getting messed with. But they messing with everybody else's businesses right now. That's what I'm showing you right now. Like they going into the gas stations, they going into the massage parlors, they going into these places, shutting them down, hitting them with big old fines because cities are out of money. They don't got no salt for their roads. So they're finding legal ways to be able to tax these people. That sign said this is not a permitted structure. What is supposed to be a permitted structure then? You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of questions that this loophole is oxymoronic. They get away with this stuff. Y'all did this to yourself.
Violators face fines between $250 and $750 per offense. Each day the violation continues is a separate offense. The city will be able to fine both the business owners and building owners for ordinance violations. Reporting live in Springfield, I'm Emily Jordan.
Thanks, Emily. We're still waiting on when those court dates will be decided and released. Capital City Watch, businesses closed down for ordinance violations. Springfield shut down 11 massage parlors after city officials say they violated a new ordinance passed last year. Here is a list of those businesses and where they're located in the city of Springfield. The owners are accused of not applying for the necessary permits to operate within city limits or did not have a licensed massage therapist on site during inspections. That new ordinance just passed in June, and it's to address safety and legal concerns. News Channel 20's Emily Jordan is working for you to find out the red flags that got these establishments shut down. Emily?
That part.
The city ordinance requires massage parlors to both register with the city and have licensed massage therapists on site during inspections. According to the city, those 11 establishments did not meet those standards. Mitchell Flynn, the building code official for the city of Springfield, says building and zoning looks for anything that could violate the ordinance's standards.
Anything
It's unsafe and dangerous structure is unsafe and dangerous. To what's dangerous about getting a rub down and a shakedown? But then you understand that most of these people couldn't get they couldn't have no certified licensed person on site all the time because they're illegal. You'd be surprised how many of these places got flooded with them.
from deficiencies in the structure, life safety issues, and zoning typically looks for signage and other different parts of the ordinance, depending on which ordinance it is that we're there to inspect for.
The ordinance says massage parlors must have clearly visible entrances that aren't blocked out in any way. Corporation Counsel Greg Murdoch says the inspections on Friday found some of the massage parlors being used as a mixed-use
things, but at the establishment that we were dealing with, that we re-inspected on Friday, we had a lot of zoning concerns and housing concerns where it appeared as though these businesses were being used as a residence.
While the ordinance does state that massage parlors are allowed to have living quarters, they must be separate from the business and properly zoned and authorized for residential use. Flynn says the inspection teams also checked that licensed therapists were present.
And a lot of those were to see if the individual who was name was on the license was actually present during working hours, because that's part of the ordinance that was put forward. And then in this case, a lot of the cases they weren't present.
The ordinance also limits operation hours from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. It bans any advertisements, pictures, or statements that might imply sexual services are performed at the parlor. Murdoch says massage establishments found in violation of the ordinance could face fines up to $50,000. Murdoch says the 11 massage establishments will be taken to court. Reporting live in Springfield, I'm Emily Jordan. Back to you.
Thanks, Emily. This makes a total of 12 massage parlors the city of Springfield has shut down for ordinance violations, joining 88 relaxing massage, which was shut down a few weeks ago. And continuing coverage, Springfield shut down 11 massage parlors after officials say they...
We get the point, lady. I'm just saying, like, these people acting like they now want to do their job to just, like, be petty and picky on everybody. Like, they just going to fuck with all of their neighbors and stuff like that. Do you love thy neighbor when the devil's next door? And it literally is turning out to be that way. They cracking down on any and everybody right now. They want to know who got what is what, who is who. They now getting up off of these couches from eating all them damn Cheetos now and want to get something done. Like, y'all think y'all slick. Y'all really think y'all slick. All these other people that was sitting there and was pointing their finger at us and getting away with all this stuff, these people was making a killing. People was making a killing. All of these other people, man.
The city's managing director there, city officials also asking people who don't need to be in the area of the crash site to stay away so they can work. This is the news at 5. I'm Sheba Russell. We're also learning more tonight about some of the people injured in that crash, one as young as 10 years old. Our Kelly Rule joins us live at the crash site tonight. Kelly, what can you tell us?
Well, Sheba, law enforcement sources tell me they have had 3 people reported missing since the weekend, and so far all of them have been found safe. And as we have reported, for those on the ground, we know that one person died in
29. I'm glad you pointed that out, beloved sister child, special child. That 11 is popping up very much so. Them 88s and them 11s, them double numbers, the 88s and 11s. Yeah, this on right on her microphone.
a car, and 4 people still remain in the hospital, including 10-year-old Andre Howard. There today, his school tells me he's awake and talking, and now they're coming together to fundraise for the family.
He's getting better, and I know for a fact that child is going to get out of that bed, out of the hospital, and he's going to come back to us.
A boost in spirits at Soane's Christian Academy today with the news that their adored 10-year-old student, Andre Howard III, who also goes by Trey, is awake and talking.
He wanted to know if he missed the Super Bowl. He was really concerned about that. How was my sister? Did I miss the Super Bowl?
Knowing what he did for his sister, it's just like, that is my Andre. That's my hero.
We've always been a hero. We've always been a hero. Y'all, we give each other our own credit. We don't need you to be sitting here trying to grandstand, because if he didn't do something like that, you would have been, you know what I'm saying? Y'all do this shit for the cameras. But behind closed doors, y'all are completely different people. Who are you outside of your badge? And you guys have all showed who you guys are outside of your badges.
They picked him and his siblings up from Soane's around 5:45 Friday evening to go get donuts at the Dunkin' on Cottman Avenue, right as the Learjet medical transport plane crashed. His dad told Fox 29 Andre dove onto his 4-year-old sister to protect her from falling debris and was struck in the head.
This has gift cards and money in it.
With a long road ahead at CHOP, Soane's is now collecting donations, gift cards, and money for family.
He's such an amazing kid. He's such a happy kid. I know he's strong, and God is with him, and he's a hero. He's a hero, and he needs to live to tell the tale. You know, I mean, and tell his friends save my sister.
Back at the scene Tuesday,
we're just trying to get a grasp on what's going on over there.
Crews working to clean up the aftermath as business owners escorted by police got their first look at damage.
Both employees had left at 6:02 and 6:04, which is, you know, the time that the plane came. So the other building next door, which I own, the attorneys had left early also. Normally they stay till 7 o'clock at night, so I just couldn't believe how fortunate we are in that situation.
Gregory Ott, owner of Ott and Associates Insurance Group and the building that houses this law firm for 30 years on Common Avenue. The law firm destroyed. He's hopeful he could salvage the insurance building. In the meantime, Dunphy Ford gave him office space to open for his customers as he figured out next steps.
Throughout this whole process, I was telling people, you know, I can replace bricks and mortar. I can replace people. I'm really, again, so sad that what happened. It's a tragedy.
We are hearing so many stories about the outpouring of love and support in the community, which is amazing to see. Soane's Christian Academy says you can drop off donations for Andre and his family during school hours from 7 to 6. We have more information on.
Yep, we've always been heroes. We've always been great people. We've always been peaceful. Are we hurt and damaged and traumatized people that's still going through what we're going through and we're working through it? Yes, of course. But at the very deep bottom of our soul, most of us are good people. Most of us want to love. Yeah, we still, hey, it's a lot of people, skinfolk ain't kinfolk. I ain't gonna take it off the board. But I'm just saying, all the way from young to old, that's who we always been. Love, protection, joy. Oh, I'm gonna do this again. Why you do this to me every time? Come on, darling. Come on, darling. Why are you messing with me? Oh, I gotta fix the sound again. But it's beautiful. I love seeing that because I'm the same way. I'm a protector, you know. Yeah, you gotta be a provider and protector.
Really strange to see. Experts say it's likely the result of bird flu and warmer temperatures that came the weekend. NBC5's Chappell brings us the story.
It's scary to think about it being more prevalent.
Megan Stodaro and her dog Clover are leaving North Avenue Beach after our team alerted her hundreds of dead ducks spotted here and at other beaches over the weekend. Dog owners now changing their routines as the highly contagious bird flu outbreak grows.
I've actually been bringing them to the dog parks now versus.
It's an omen. It's a straight omen.
Confirm red-breasted mergansers washed ashore at multiple beaches in Cook County, saying the vast number of birds likely to thawing in Lake Michigan.
They're an aquatic, feeding, diving, and is never really on land.
Matt Prince, director of the volunteer conservation group Chicago Bird Collision Monitors, began receiving reports Friday of people finding large numbers of these migratory birds near beaches.
Well, they were demonstrating all the symptoms, the neurologic symptoms, the tremors. They had the green diarrhea. They're lethargic. They've got respiratory issues.
In a statement to NBC5,
Chicago
District says it's
Y'all
aware
got
of
something coming your
disposal
way.
of carcasses from property. Bird flu among wild birds remains widespread. There have been 67 confirmed human cases in the U.S. in people who've had contact with sick animals. There's been no person-to-person spread, according to the CDC. And doctors say the risk to humans remains low. Vets, however, are concerned about pets, encouraging owners to leash
And they don't
dogs,
know shit.
keep cats inside, and avoid feeding raw or freeze-dried food and unpasteurized milk.
If they're sniffing around and inhaling or ingesting some of those bird dropping or ingesting or sniffing at deceased bird carcasses, that could put them at risk.
Illinois DNR says people should avoid direct contact with sick or dead birds and don't try to capture them. You can report concentrations of 5 or more dead birds found in one location to biologists online. We'll put a link at NBCChicago.com.
Ooh, wow, Chicago, you got a bad fucking omen coming your way. That is not good. That's duck, duck, goose. Oh my goodness. Oh, what's today? The 5th, February 5th? Oh my goodness. What is that? Hold up. Oh. I'm gonna have to do more research, y'all. I don't know. I don't want to speak on it yet. I don't want to speak on it yet, but Mark that you just saw this. We're gonna mark that. We're gonna keep that in. We're gonna keep that in mind right now. Something about these damn ducks. Duck, goose. All right, we're gonna have to look back into that. Anyways, but yeah, just like they said with the bringing the pestilence home. The animals is running wild. They eating on the damn ducks and everything, eating the droppings. They stepping on the droppings. It's a lot. You'd be surprised. It's gonna be wait. The ways in the ways they getting hit though, it's the most phenomenal way. Like you just like, what? Wow, that's just how it make you feel. Like, man, I wouldn't have thought a duck. I wouldn't have thought an oarfish. I wouldn't have thought this. Yeah.
New Jersey police officers saved an 11-year-old from an icy lake. Body cam video showed a rescue on Monday in West Long Branch, Monmouth County. Officer Dave Brzezinski arrived to find the child stranded in the middle of the lake. A nearby resident had some rope to make sure the officer did not go under while trying to grab the boy. He was taken to the hospital as a precaution for hypothermia.
It's funny because I've been bringing up videos about the ice and the elements working together. You know how like the wind could have blew that little kid into that water. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how much the elements are working together. Tag team and triple team, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying that the elements are trying to take them out just as much as the animals. I just showed you videos the other day where the lady jumped into the lake, no rope on, and she got pulled under. He had a rope on. That little boy, he's a kid though, so I think it's a little different. But yet and still, we don't know. You know what I'm saying? We don't know who that kid is in his former life. We know who his ancestors are, but where you came from, yeah, we got to be mindful of that. And so, to see that the elements are trying to take these folks out like that, I have to explain and expose it like that because all of the festivities that they typically used to partake in are not, they're getting canceled. They're getting disrupted. It's literally causing them to see that you can't get away with what you used to do. All of their events, you can't do the events no more. You can't go nowhere no more. You can't go skating on the ice like you used to. It's like the ice is working against y'all. The trees are working against y'all. The wind, the fire. I just wanted to make that point. I'm gonna leave it at that. But yeah, I'm paying attention to the weather like that, where it's like pulling them in or keeping them in a burning house, or like blowing them somewhere, or earthquake, taking them underground. They falling in a sinkhole type of thing. It's like, like the video of the lady that I showed before. I think she was like 72 years old, 72, 73, one of those. But she fell into a sinkhole right in front of her house, trying to pick up the cat. She picked up the cat, and then she fell in, and I think the cat didn't fall in. It was something like that. It was an interesting story though. But like I said, I'll bring the stories to y'all because it is definitely biblical proportions that we're living in right now. It is definitely no more fun. There's no more fun time. There's no more relaxing.
Constitution, but right now, Maine's public defender system is in crisis, and it seems the more money the state spends, the worse it's getting. CBS 13's Greg Lagerquist has the story in this morning's Waste Watch.
Good morning. Yes, it's right there in the 6th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the right to legal representation when accused of a crime. But a judge recently ruled that Maine is failing to meet that obligation. And as Governor Mills just pointed out in her State of the Budget address last week, the problem is getting worse even as the bill to taxpayers keeps going up.
Though we have poured more tax dollars, more and more tax dollars into the agency, more and more people than ever are going without legal counsel.
The numbers are...
And why is that? Because all of y'all are the ones that's committing the crimes. Don't nobody live in Maine? The only Maine I know is Brother Maine. That's the only Brother Maine I know. But ain't no brothers in Maine. And if they are, they ducking and dodging all the stuff that Maine got some of the craziest laws anyways. But y'all doing it to yourself where all of that fentanyl, y'all addicted to it. Y'all all got a favorite pill. And you guys are getting locked up from the regular peon to people that are representatives of court buildings and stuff like that. But you're starting to see that most of these places their funding is getting affected now because they didn't expect this type of surcharge of particular people that look like them to be involved into the folding of things. So the fact that they're in the folding of things, they have to take this all into consideration. Like, oh, we didn't see this before. Oh, now you see it. When you didn't, oh, now you see it now.
Clear funding for the Maine Commission for Public Defense Services has shot up from $11 million in 2022 to $51 million this year, up almost fivefold in just a few years, with a request to increase that funding next year. At the same time, the backlog of public defenders where defendants can't get access to a lawyer keeps going up, now topping 900 cases statewide. And that backlog has led to a lawsuit with a judge last month agreeing the state is violating due process. The ACLU of Maine going so far as to say that defendants who've waited too long should be set free.
For people that are being held in jail illegally, in violation of their constitutional rights,
they're not held in jail illegally if they committed a damn crime. They stay there until till they figured it out. So they know they staying in jail long as against them right.
A claim that brought an incredulous response from Governor Mills.
Many individuals are facing domestic violence charges, and the criminal defense bar is asking that these unrepresented and potentially violent people just go free.
But the solution here remains unclear. The governor says she will not support more funding. Instead, she wants reform to relax the requirements on lawyers willing to take these cases, even as defense advocates claim the state can't sacrifice the quality of public defenders just to get more quantity. And today, we, of course, will continue to follow.
Y'all did it to yourself. Great glory. Y'all did it to yourself. Get through some of these.
One of two people connected to a high-profile murder case has run out of time to avoid a jury.
Our Julia Richardson joins us in the.
Exactly, just like she said right there. Y'all run out of time. Just like in the last video, y'all ran out of time, and y'all gonna serve y'all time. Y'all ran out of time, and you're gonna serve your time.
Control room now to explain this new development and share what our area's top prosecutor has to say about it. Julia?
Eric, Rachel, this afternoon, a judge denied a continuance motion for Megan Jackson, meaning the 39-year-old will head to trial Monday accused of murdering the father of her 4 children back in 2020. Jackson had an admitted accomplice in those alleged crimes, former Horry County Deputy Coroner Chris Dontel, who pleaded guilty in early December to accessory and conspiracy charges over his role in the murder. As part of his plea deal, he's now set to testify against Jackson. And while defense attorneys argue that development should give them more time to prepare for trial, solicitor Jimmy Richardson says his office found out about the plea deal at the same time, and the defense had plenty of time to plan around it.
I think it's probably the oldest case we got in the office. There's been several continuances granted in the past. For the defense attorneys, it's time to go forward. And we're very pleased with the judge's decision.
Yeah, they got to be pleased with the judge's decision because this is embarrassing to them. It's embarrassing to them. For them to have to be dealing with all this. They have to hold on to these cases to try to stretch them out and keep them going or whatever like that. No, these people get in trouble. They're getting in trouble and they're getting in trouble the hard way.
Lucy Ledby, a British nurse sentenced to life imprisonment for killing 7 newborn babies, is now her conviction overturned. The case is being reviewed as medical experts arguing that there is no evidence to support her murder conviction. Lucy Ledby was convicted of killing the newborns and also attempting to kill 8 more at the neonatal unit of the Countess of Chester Hospital in England, where she worked between 2015 and 2016. Now, dubbed as Britain's worst serial child killer in modern times, she is currently serving 15 whole life sentences for the deaths. Now, though Ledby has since, she's been refused permission to appeal against her convictions. She's been accused of attacking the babies by injecting air into their bloodstreams and causing air embolism. However, Lee, a retired neonatal Canadian doctor whose research paper on air embolism in babies featured in Ledby's 10-month trial, claims that it was misused and the evidence used to convict Ledby was actually incorrect. He said an international panel of 14 independent experts in neonatal care has concluded that evidence does not support murder in any of the cases. Instead, he has said that there had been medical mistakes and failures at the hospital unit.
In summary, ladies and gentlemen, we did not find any murders. In all cases, death or injury were due.
I'm glad you pointed that out, sister. I missed that. I didn't see that. That just popped up in the Bible too. I just read that Neanderthal. Ooh, all right. Oh my goodness. Oh, I didn't think about that. I didn't see that. Thank you. You're awesome.
Due to natural causes or just bad medical care.
That part.
Lucy was charged with 7 murders and 7 attempted murders.
What? How do you still got your job, lady? No, come on now.
Medical opinion. The medical evidence doesn't support murder in any of these babies. Just natural causes and bad medical care.
Lucy Ledby's defense team has applied to Independent Criminal Cases Review Commission to investigate a possible miscarriage of justice in her 2 trials in 2023 and 2024. Her lawyers claim that experts' review of medical evidence presented by the jury has been demolished.
Yep. That is what's going on. Good googly muggly. And then you wonder whose babies was those? I mean, you got where's the parents at? Where's the mom and daddies at? Those 7 kids. That's 14 parents. Plus 14 more that you try to attempt it. You got, when people don't get their way, they will do a shitty job on the job.
On that break, Providence has announced tentative agreements with the nurses at all 8 of its hospitals. It appears largely ending a strike that has stretched on since early January. Thousands of nurses have been on the picket lines for over 3 weeks over pay and staff.
That number 8. That number 8, this is completion. Everything is happening the way it's supposed to. When people don't get their money, they do a horrible job. I was getting horrible money, but I was still doing a great job. That's the difference with our folks. With y'all efforts and y'all ethics and y'all moral compass is all contingent off of them trinkets. And even without that, y'all still act the way that y'all act. So it's always been with y'all the whole time. But even with these strikes, that's 2 8s, 26 days. 26-day strike, 26-day strike at 8 hospitals. That's an 8 and 8. That's 2 8s. I keep seeing them, man. And it's an 8 right here on the thing. KGW. Let me pull it up. I've seen 8s all day. This is crazy. Oh my God.
Staffing levels. Providence has a plan to share more details about these deals following a ratification vote with the union. This comes just 2 days, by the way, after the Providence Women's Clinic reached an agreement with some of its workers. Employees there are set to.
What does the word Providence mean? Providence. Yeah. Oh my goodness. You can't make this shit up. Providence means the protective care of God or of nature as a spiritual power. Wow, great glory. Oh my goodness. They found their trust in divine providence to be in comfort. Wow. Often capitalized divine guidance or care. God conceived as the power sustaining and guiding human destiny, the quality or state of. timely preparation for future eventualities. Wow. 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 Similar. The other definition is God or nature as providing protective or spiritual care. Wow. That's what providence means. Wow.
Head back to work on Thursday. Meanwhile, negotiations are ongoing with dozens of doctors at Providence St. Vincent. We, of course.
God has shown us that they don't care. Like, that is amazing. And this divine providence is showing up truly as it is right now. It's supposed to. Oof. Oof. Oh my goodness, y'all. Oof. 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 Wow. Wow, sirs, y'all. This is amazing times we are living in right now. I promise you, I wouldn't have seen. I've seen this stuff. You don't see this stuff when you're in the world. You don't see this stuff. You see it, but it's like, man, we in Jacob's trouble. It's like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But now that we not in Jacob's trouble no more, we see it. It's for different eyes. It's like, oh my goodness, y'all been speaking to us this whole time in the most beautiful, beautiful ways. You know, like, I know I ain't tripping. I ain't off of the mark. I ain't veering off.
Set to cut up to 7,000 jobs globally, ramping up its initial target of 3,000. And the move is part of a broader cost-saving strategy aimed at generating up to $1 billion in savings. The company, which employs around 62,000 people worldwide, cites external volatility as a key driver behind this decision.
7-Eleven. You guys are not lucky.
Will be completed by June next year or redeployed.
It's funny because that 7-Eleven, it's not the 7-Eleven store is like they're not staying open no more. It's like y'all not staying open no more. All the businesses is closing right now. It's like the 7,000 jobs, and then it was the 11 that was beforehand. What was that I just saw with the 11? I missed it, but I think I did miss it. Anyways, I know what it was. So I saw the 7-Eleven.
Estee Lauder's restructuring comes amid a sharp slowdown in China's luxury market. Sales plunged by as much as 20% in 2024, the steepest decline since 2011, driven by economic slowdown, falling property prices, and rising youth unemployment. Luxury watches and jewelry saw the hit, with sales down over 30%, followed by leather goods and fashion items. Hainan's duty-free sales also fell 29% as Chinese shoppers sought better deals, especially in Japan, where spending surpassed pre-pandemic levels. China's economic slowdown has shaken the global luxury industry, wiping hundreds of billions of dollars from the market value of giants like LVMH and Kering. Despite the downturn, consultancy Bain and Company remains optimistic about China's long-term luxury growth, citing the country's largest addressable luxury population. However, 2025 is expected to remain challenging, with flat sales projected in mainland China. Amid tariff threats and shifting consumer behavior, brands like Estee Lauder are adapting to safeguard margins and manage global volatility.
Yep, it's like that. Y'all did this to yourself. Y'all did this to yourselves. You guys did this to yourself. Oh man, I didn't mean to do that. Yes, it literally is. It literally is. It's just on point today. It's just, oh man.
Jackson Hospital in Montgomery has filed for bankruptcy. Court documents indicate Jackson listed assets and liabilities between $100 million and $500 million. In a list of 30 creditors who have unsecured claims, Jackson owes over $28 million to Capta Health Partners, LLC, which is based in Chicago. Now, last year, Jackson defaulted on $60 million in bond payments, which caused a big hit to its credit rating. It is important to note this does not mean Jackson will be closing and the hospital remains open. Saving Jackson Hospital from a potential closure is getting support from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. A bipartisan group of state lawmakers is calling for the hospital to stay open. The hospital recently asked the city of Montgomery to provide credit support to help it borrow the money it needs. The lawmakers believe all cities and counties whose residents are served by Jackson Hospital should step up to help as well.
We have several counties and cities around the surrounding area that use the facilities of Jackson Hospital. So we do not think that this buck should stop with the city of Montgomery to put the guarantee up for this. It should be utilized throughout the city and counties.
When somebody decides to land in Montgomery or stay in Montgomery, economic development, that's something that they look at. But I think it's up to Jackson to take the lead on it. And we as elected officials want to make sure that they do the right thing.
Coming up at 6, we will hear more from lawmakers about why Jackson Hospital is so important to this area.
Wow, because it is important because y'all got a lot of pregnant women on drugs. Y'all got a lot of pregnant women on drugs. And then they're not speaking about that part. Well, but I'm gonna speak about it. So I'm gonna speak about it. Y'all got, this is the year of destruction for y'all. 2025 is not playing right now. You guys are caught up in the snake loop right now.
Imagine being in the throes of an addiction and discovering you're pregnant. Where do you turn? As 19 investigator Kelly Kennedy uncovered, there aren't a lot of resources in recovery. But in this 19 Solutions story, Kelly looked into options that are available to mothers here in Northeast Ohio and introduces us to one courageous young mother who defied the odds and turned her life around.
My decisions led me down a really rough path. I had a lot of felonies. I thought I was going to be a felon the rest of my life. I just accepted it at that point.
Third Lydia Carahan knows what.
And so that's the thing too, because they keep racking up all these felonies though. When we had 2 felonies, it was a third 3 strikes you're out, wasn't it? How y'all get multiple felonies and y'all able to get by on it? What is the level of felony-ish that allow you to still stay out like that? When you got brothers who got 2 and they've been trying to live good, and you got the cops fucking with them and ain't committed not another felony, not even a scratch of it for years, and then they can't even get it expunged. You guys play a really dirty game right now, and it's eating y'all. It's coming back.
What it's like to hit rock bottom. She knows exactly what it's like to lose yourself and to lose everything to drug addiction.
My addiction really started when I was in high school. Started pills and just escalated. My main drug
Did not
choice
say
were
they
crack
got
and heroin.
They all got a favorite
rehab
too.
5 times, but she still ended up on the streets.
Looking back to, when you were in your darkest moments, did you ever imagine your life could be like this?
Absolutely not. In my darkest moments, I thought this is who I was meant to be. This is as good as my life's gonna get. Because I heard so many times, like, she's either lost potential or she'll never reach her potential. She's a basic lost cause. Like, I was told that so many times in rehab, but she's...
And you guys are. So I'm gonna just leave it at that. Because even at the end of the day, it's starting to show up. It's starting to show out. Anyways, we're gonna keep the party going. Because I ain't worried about her no more. Y'all are going in the wrong direction right now. Y'all are going in the wrong direction. Matter of fact, I'm gonna save all of what I do have, and I'm gonna create a part 2. I'm gonna come back. I still got, on both my phones, I still got over 200 tabs for y'all. So I tried to chew into what I got for y'all today. Like I said, I'm still fasting, and the sun is going down in about an hour. I'm gonna be able to get something to eat. So my energy is kind of getting there. Excuse me, beloveds, family. It's I'm trying to stay on it. I'm here. I'm still kicking. I ain't crying about it. I ain't crying about it. Let me go ahead and close this down. Yeah, because I'm gonna bring a lot more stuff. Definitely get something to eat, but with all of what we see right now, and I ain't even finished, y'all. I ain't even finished. The stuff that I got on my phone literally expounds all of the other stuff. because it's literally the examples to all of the stuff that y'all saw right now. It's like, oh my God. When I miss one day of showing y'all the news, the whole, it thank you, God. You are so amazing. I'm just, thank you. Thank you. Because it used to be so many people that used to laugh in my face, laugh in your face, laugh in your face. Didn't give you a chance, kick you to the side. You didn't mean nothing. You didn't matter. Your problems weren't significant. They said, pick yourself up by the bootstraps and do what you need to do, whatever like that. I don't care, anything like that. So to see what is going on right now, on a massive scale, that's why I have to show it like this. I can't let not one stone not be unturned, so we can be able to have a clear and concise to where I'm informing all of my beloved brothers and sisters so they can be able to take what they see here. It's not misinformation, because I'm not misinterpreting nothing that is being displayed. Whether you're listening or you're hearing, I am not interpreting it completely nowhere near different than what it is. It's literally face value, and I'm showing you from the lens of it's a beautiful morning. That's all I can say. But yeah, there's so much going on around the world on a macro to the micro. People ain't working no more. Lost the jobs by doing stupid stuff. Doing stupid stuff for the gram. Getting caught up, the emotions over. It's literally every sin. Not having that discipline and that control, that tolerance, and it's gotten people losing themselves. And I could just appreciate that. All the lessons that I've gone through in my life. Like, I am not perfect, so I don't sit here and try to shit on nobody else's situation, because I know that I came from very shitty beginnings, very shitty, humble beginnings, and I turned that shit into some Jello pudding and put a smile on my face, and I just kept it pushing. So at the end of the day, I know that I have so much peace in my love, in my life, in my heart, to get where I'm getting at, to where I'm not overly exceeding trying to be, Captain Sabo. Realizing that, be ye separate, saith the Lord, touch not the unclean thing, and I will receive you, and I will be a father unto you, and ye shall be my sons and daughters. It takes that strength and that courage to remove yourself from everything, y'all. All of the stuff that we love so dearly, that we're so infatuated with, and we put all of this stuff on a pedestal. That's why even in this videos, oh man, I got so much stuff for y'all. It's crazy. But just the putting on the pedestalness this year, especially this year, how many people put all of this stuff on a pedestal. You got people literally begging me, like from India. They're like, "Oh, take me back." They put America on a pedestal, like America's people's gods, and we looking at it like, "What the hell is wrong with y'all?" But people put Trump on a pedestal like he's their God. America, he's our God. God is a jealous God. And for y'all to be worshiping and creating all of these statues, that's why you're seeing all of these people trying to conform and formulate themselves into that statue-esque monumental narrative, like you see with Trump. Trump wants to be on the $1,000 bill. He wants his face to be on Mount Rushmore. Those are the two things that his ego has been. He's already, he don't even have to say it. I know that's exactly what his angle is right now. He wants his face on a $1,000 bill, and he wants to be on Mount Rushmore. So these are the things that are starting to come around. That's why he's signing so many executive orders. He's signing so many that you can't even keep up, that you don't even want to keep up, because it's like, yeah, but he's sneaking. He's sneaking. And he's getting away with a lot of stuff. He ain't gonna get away with it because the sun is shining. All the planets are looking at us. So nobody's getting away with any of the dirty deeds that they're doing right now. Not even billionaires. Billionaires is riding off into Teslas, into lakes. They're getting shot in the middle of the street. You're not that CEO. You got people who have lost everything because they was greedy, because they treated their fellow man wrong. They treated us wrong. And all the other people that just sat by and they closed their eyes and they capitulated to the system. They came under and worshiped the European and the white supremacist idealizations, these ideologies. All of this colonialization, y'all took it and y'all ran with it. Y'all said that, hey, if I can't beat them, I'm going to join them. I'm stronger in numbers. I look stupid trying to compete with them. And so, hey, I'm going to just act like I'm white too. And so you included yourself with all of those numbers. And you sided with them. Koreans, y'all sided with them. I remember when I was a kid, y'all shot that little girl in the back of her head during the LA riots. I remember that. That shit traumatized me as a kid. That triggered me. I got over it, but I'm just saying, y'all did things with so much hate behind y'all towards us. Even when we wasn't bothering y'all. We over here in our own lane. We stay in our own lane because it ain't no traffic. But when y'all veer into our lane, that's why I show y'all the road rage. Because y'all seeing how this is turning out. Motherfuckers is bored. They non-ambitious. They don't have no passion. They have no purpose. They need those quick fixes, those cheap thrills, those action things to do. Jumping out of planes with no parachute. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh. Just picture a person. 1, 2. Hey, you're not gonna put it on? No. 3. Oh, God. And you guys are being met with the opposite side of that cheap thrill. You're getting double for your trouble. You're getting double for your trouble. You're legalizing all of the things that you guys are already like addicted to or infected by, or you're suppressed by, or like incapacitated or like chained to. And you're finding out that you can't get out of it now. That you or your kids or anybody else that you know can't get out of it anymore. You guys are literally stuck. You're in the loop. You're in the loop. You're in the 9-6 or 69. And you're seeing it with every single person. Watch the Koreans, watch the Japanese, I watched the Chinese, I watched the Russians, I watched the Indians, I watched the Australians, I watched the Filipinos, I watched the Indonesians, the Taiwanese. Do I gotta keep going? African, South, all the way up. Europe. We watched all of you guys, even though you guys had your own little cell groups, y'all still was a part of this big ass pot to genocide us though. Everywhere we went across the whole world, y'all didn't want to welcome us nowhere on land that did not belong to y'all. Now you got in China where you got people going out there to try to have a nostalgic fix for something that is not even of your culture. How weird is that? That's what's happening right now. You got people who are perpetrating and trying to recreate something now that has gotten so dried and blanded out that the replication of it, there's no creative, no ingenuity. There is no originality behind what you're doing. Certified, yes. You can buy hats, you can buy a t-shirt, they all for sale. They all for sale. You good. It's all my music. $1 Billion Bangers. BDB. It's my brand of somebody who came from nothing to be something. From that hunger, from that positive, that hunger and that ambition to keep banging on the door of success. You gonna let me in. You gonna let me in. I'm gonna keep banging the door. My value, my worth is gonna keep going up. But I'm gonna keep banging on the door. And that's what every single song that you hear from me is growth. Everybody who's heard my music is like, man, you have grown. So I appreciate it. I'm humbled by that. So when I look at, if you go to Pandora, Spotify, Apple, Tidal, YouTube, you can find my music, Prime Black. I have 13 albums of my own original music. All of my doing. Majority of it, my beats, I wrote all my lyrics. I did majority of the hooks. Sidebar, people hearing up here, separation with TikTok. But I've gotten a chance to put the music out on my own. Because I did all that got me to the Grammys. And you can't see it. I'm going to show you. Turn it to the side, right on my wall right there. I wanted to do that and showcase that for kids out there, to showcase that you can do it if you believe that much. If you put in the work and you keep banging on the door, you are going to get what you deserve. If you don't do the work and you quit and you complain, all this stuff, you ain't going to get nowhere. You're not going to get nowhere. So that's why I push so hard. That's why I'm so hungry. That's why I'm so passionate. That's why I am confusing. I am uncomfortable to people because they don't know where I came from. They don't know what I went through. I show you in my glory for the Most High by being able to show up and show out. Because I show up and show out, I keep my mouth shut. I may complain after it because I may complain about somebody else's work ethic. I'm like, man, keep up. Come on, you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. But when you do things like that, it does breed envy. It does breed jealousy. It does highlight other people's insecurities and frailties and shortcomings because you do become a mirror image of what people should become. And people start seeing you as a threat, somebody they want to be like. You hate me for 3 reasons. You want to be like me. You see me as a threat. I forgot the lyrics that I did. I don't know why I'm forgetting the lyrics right now. You put me on the spot for that. But I'm just saying that I put in a lot of hard work. And a lot of people are not going to appreciate that. But I pat myself on the back, and the Most High knows the meditation of my heart. I've always been solid. I've always been a good man, regardless of it. Have I made mistakes? Yes. But have I done the best I can to be able to build my own and not ride on no other man or woman's coattail? and to be able to have my own Black business, my own Black establishment, to be able to have that because I watched a lot of my elders and my ancestors give up and give out and stop and quit and never hold on to what really mattered, which was Black empowerment, Black business, that this Black kid matter, that my Black dollars matter. So that's why I'm so passionate about what I do. Because I remember having nothing. And I remember turning that nothing into something. And that's what I did. And I've invested into myself. Over the years, I've watched it change. Many people don't. But when they see the product, it scares people because you become a mirror image of what they should become when you lead by example. Because most people don't want to lead. They'll hide behind somebody who is leading, but then you hating on the person who is leading. Like, you know what? I can do that too. Instead of your ass getting up there and doing it, instead of saying that you can do it behind that person. And sometimes people just, it's not their time. It's not their purpose. They may like what they do. People may say that, oh, I like to rap, but are you going to put in the work? Oh, I know how to make beats, but are you going to put in the work? Oh, I can perform, I can do it, but are you going to put in the work? I've performed around this whole country. Almost every, I wouldn't say every state, but I performed at a lot of places. Many people on a grassroots level know me. I'm almost like, what is that word? Like a mythological creature. So people know who I am. Do I have a super big social media presence? No, I'm working on it. I got 7,000 people on my TikTok. I got like 195 people on my YouTube. I'm trying to get my YouTube up. I'm trying to get my Twitter, my X, my Twitch, my Kick, my Facebook, all these things to get the word out there because that's what we have to do. I'm just not out here doing all this goofy shit like everybody else is doing right now. I used to do that because I was young and dumb. But now that I'm an older man, now I realize that I have to lead by example. My presentation is my presentation is my best representation. So if I carry myself as a king as such, I deserve to be treated as such because I'm going to treat you as who you are. If you carry yourself well, I'm going to roll out the carpet for you. I'm a congratulator, not a hater. I want to see everybody around me succeed. That's why I put everybody, and I don't want to say pedestal, but I'm going to say pedestal just because like I like to big up all my brothers and sisters. That's what I do. Sometimes my brothers and sisters be like, yo, you doing too much trying to put me up and big me up. I don't even got that much energy and ambition for my own self to big my own self up. And sometimes being too nice will mess you up. Because then you look at it like, damn, I done wasted all of that gas on putting somebody up on this pedestal or looking out for them or supporting them and having the pom-poms. And then you realize that you empty. Because they didn't already drove off on you. And so you're stuck like, who puts gas in the gas tanks of the people putting gas in the gas tanks? So I may sit here empty as shit and may not have not a soul calling me on my phone. I might sit here in complete silence, meditating in my own deep introspection, figuring myself out, figuring out where did I go wrong? And that's the work that we do. Especially now for the last 5 years. Since my mother passed in 2017, I knew things changed. The moment she passed away, I heard the song, "It's the End of the World as We Know It." And I knew that the world that I thought I knew was the end of it. And it literally changed. It literally changed for me. I had to let go of things that I was holding on to. You see what I'm saying? You have to let go of these things that you're holding on to. The big ass burgers, the sugar, the cigarettes and the weed and stuff like that. I got a video with them talking about the marijuana having mold on it right now. Stop smoking, stop drinking, start taking care of your body. I get up in the morning, I'm doing push-ups, I'm on a fast, I'm sprinting. My body, I got my bench right there. I've turned my whole place into my own obstacle course. Because you need to be able to conform and confine your place so you can chisel yourself, to work on yourself. That's why I have this here. I try to lead by example so it can be helpful to brothers and sisters. I read my Bible every day because it's nutritional for me, not only for me, but for others. That's me showing that I'm showing myself showing myself to be showing thyself to be approved. Because you're not going to get in the kingdom off of the back of somebody else. And can't nobody else get you into the kingdom? God chose you for a reason. You went through what the hell you went through for a reason. I went through what I went through for a reason. I wasn't crying. I just got up and I did the work, y'all, because you don't know who you was in your past life. The moment that you actually figure that out and you start doing the work, you start realizing like, damn, we all were assholes. We all were scumbag in our former life. How dare you try to look at me that way? You was a horrible person back there. So if you're here doing the work to fix yourself and do that, it's because you the Most High woke you up to see that, to get into the truth and knowing that be separate from all of the things that got you addicted, that got all of your time distracted. We all got the same 24 hours in a day. How do you spend yours? That's really what it comes down to. How do you spend your time? I spend my time reading and studying, informing my brothers and sisters, getting my workout on, BMW, Bible music workout. I give myself little things like that that keep myself up, because why? Honestly, technically, I mean, the people that I love and that raised me are all gone. I don't have my own family. I don't have a wife. I've never been married. I don't have kids yet. I want a bunch of kids. I've been having dreams about kids like that, and it's crazy. Like me having fun and me having my own land and literally teaching my kid how to ride a horse, because I'm a Sagittarius. And that's funny because I ain't been on a horse since I ain't been on a horse since I've been to camp. So yeah, it's about time that I've been getting over my fears. You got to get over your fears. Wisdom is disempowering all thoughts that weaken you. You're only ignorant because you're ranting because you're ignoring the truth. The truth shall set you free. And that means that you have to accept everything in this universe. Why? Because the universe has already accepted. You can't be thinking that, oh, it's unbelievable. No, the universe says that it is believable. That's just the test for you to be able to, it's testing you to see if you're going to accept it or not. And then when you're in that test, for you not to get emotionally driven and get out of your character. That's why you must know thyself. And a lot of my brothers and sisters out here, they don't know thyself. They're walking around like a fucking tree with no roots. You're walking around with a tree with no roots. You need to know your ancestors. Do you know what day that you were born on? Do you know what day of the week that you were born on? This is stuff that I had to learn. Shout out to Big Levi, because I wouldn't have got there without studies, and I'm appreciative of that. Did all of the things that the Holy Spirit lead me up to these points? Yes. The Most High did not forsake me. He didn't forsake any of you. If you are chosen and you stay within that, the moment you start veering off and flanking off, you start getting attacked. You start becoming susceptible to the enemy out there, because this is your home, is your place of peace. Your home is your place of peace. I'm at peace here. I'm quiet. I don't have the chaos that I used to have in my life like that. I don't have people hating and sabotaging the shit that I'm trying to do. And if you're working with others, you don't know that people, there's a little jealousy in every whatever. And that just highlights and inflames other people's insecurities. These things are supposed to make you better. I just wanted to leave y'all on that. I know it's hard sometimes because of the world that we're living in. I know that the truth that I'm bringing right now is very concerning to people, especially if they don't look like us. If you don't look like me, it's going to be very troubling to somebody else to take in that truth, because you've been lied to from your own counterparts of your own nationality because of the priesthood of Mahan. The first pope, he gave the green light to commit the transatlantic slave trade. He said that it was it was justified in God's eyes to put these particular people into captivity. Now, did we mess up throughout history? Yes. And God chastised us. But he always kept us, and we always stayed humble, even in the midst. We always stayed humble and meek. And we didn't take our hands, and we didn't take our hearts and our minds. We didn't curse God out like so many other people did. We just prayed and asked God, please forgive me. That's what we did. Every day, every night, we prayed for 400 plus years, even more than that. This goes back biblically. If you go to my channel, you'll be able to sit there and you'll see me reading the Bible slowly so you can be able to hear the word of God. You're not going through it like pastors and bishops and preachers that just be going in and out of the word, manipulate it and then use it into their own way to perverse their congregation. And to be like, loan me $5. You know you deserve to loan me $5 because we need to fix this roof. And look at all the damn roofs that are catching on fire. God don't like ugly, and he ain't too fond of pretty. And so you're seeing the judgments right now. That's why I'm exposing it and I'm showcasing. It's not being shown on my TikTok channel yet, but you're hearing what I'm saying. You're not going to hear this in your schools. You're not going to hear this from your parents at the dinner table. You're not going to hear this at churches. You're not going to hear this on your jobs. Because people are emotionally stricken right now, and they are going to fall into their normalcies, their conformities. They're going to fall behind their defensive turtle shell because it's safe instead of testing and questioning normals. What is normal? Is the shit that we're doing normal? We're in a real life matrix. You have to literally just pull that. You got to pull that out. You got to pull that out. Silence is key. Communication is key. And this is communication. This is honest and truthful and transparent communication that we must continue. And it has to be the factuals, because the factuals are the actuals. When you got people trying to change it and manipulate it, that's why you see church and state mixed together right now. That's why you see them doubling up, and they both getting double for their trouble. Look at all the churches. Every single damn church is burning down, getting robbed. They having to do church outside. They doing church outside in their cemeteries that are on the church grounds. You're seeing the states burn down. You're seeing all the political people resign or get in trouble, get sent to jail, all of these different things because church and state, they capitulated and conformed and worked together to do what they did. So that's why you see so much rebellion amongst people, because they're like, oh, I don't know what to believe now. But that's acting like that's being apathetic. That's the hot potato effect, acting like, oh, it ain't my problem. It ain't mine. You better go take care of it. No. You've had many people that have gotten away with just turning a blind eye. How many times have you turned a blind eye about things that you've seen or the things that you've done and ain't never repented for it? That's why you're seeing people get haunted right now. Spiritually right now, people are getting haunted in their mental. They can't go to sleep. They can't go to work and stop thinking about the shit that they did. Sleeping with those kids, sleeping with their relative, sleeping with a damn animal, locking up thousands of black people for no reason because it was their job. It was their profession. How many people who have turned an eye and who have spoken out against the Most High and his children, his chosen children? How many people who have been blasphemous and been defiant instead of compliant towards the holy word and have followed those laws, statutes, and commandments? How many of the laws, statutes, and commandments do you follow? Even for me, I have to question myself as I'm saying that right now, because your body is your temple. And sin is your thoughts, your words, and your actions. They fall in line with any of those. And if you contribute and you follow through with any of those, you got to repent. You got to fast like I'm fasting right now. Straight water all day. Sun up to sundown. And I'm about to be able to eat in a minute. I just had to get you a little backstory on that. I know I got really passionate about it because I am passionate about this. I know people may not really understand me because you may not have known me my whole life, or you may not have, you know what I'm saying? That's why you're getting a feel and getting an understanding for that. Some people may actually jump to conclusions and act like they know you, or you may have a bad experience with somebody and overjudge, and then you just kick them to the curb. You don't want to get kicked to the curb yourself. Judge not lest ye be judged. Cast not the first stone unless you want to throw them back at your glass house. And people will throw a stone at you. People will throw a stone at you and act like they righteous. So people gonna find out. People gonna find out the hard way. That when God has his hand on your shoulder and saying, my son, my daughter, I know that you're in this world, but I got you. I'm not going to leave you. Don't turn your face away from me. I got you, though. I know it's hard. I know it's weak. I know it's breaking you down, but I'm doing this to pick you up. Don't give up. Keep going, no matter what. You've been chosen. Yeah, don't kick me to the curb. Yeah, you're gonna find out. You're gonna fuck around and find out. Don't piss a no guy off. That's one thing. That's why you must know thyself. I am the epitome of love. I am the definition of love. I will give you all the love you need. But if you ain't giving yourself that, there's nothing that I can do. There's nothing that I can do about it. You have to do the work yourself to show thyself approved. You can't be dependent on anything, no person, place, thing, or idea. That means you're idolizing. That's not a good thing. You must stop that. Even with this stuff, I can get rid of it. Look at the people that had happened with the Pacific Palisades. All of their stuff burnt down, all of their trinkets and the Bugattis in the house and the mansions and stuff like that. And people crying over it. No. How did they get it? How did they get where they got to? You got to understand where you come from. Do the work. Do your shadow work. This is the time to be doing that. It's the time to be doing that. So, yeah. I try to do my little preaching. But this is how I talk to my niece and nephew. This is how I talk to my family. My friends, y'all are family. I ain't going to pull no punches with y'all. Because I want the greatness out of y'all. That's why I push everybody I know. They might get pissed that I am pushing them because they don't want to be pushed. Some people are okay where they're at. My problem is accepting that they want to be there. That's my problem that I have to deal with. We all have our own issues that we got to work through. But you're going to be all right. You're going to be all right if you actually do the work to actually change the trajectory of the raining cloud over you. POUR stands for people overlooking opportunities repeatedly. POUR. Poor mentally, poor physically, poor financially, poor spiritually, poor psychologically. If you keep overlooking the opportunity to change the trajectory of the raining cloud over your head, you're going to stay poor. You're going to stay poor in your spirit. And that's one thing you need to work on. That's one thing we all have to work on. That's why we're doing the work now. You cannot skip past it. Why? Because Mercury is in the mist and everything is moving fast. The consequences are coming fast. Everything is speeding up and going zoom, zoom, zoom. Yeah, getting on that bus, you find out a lot when you get on them buses. Man, I used to ride on the buses throughout LA. The shit that I seen, boy. I used to get hit on by old ladies when I was young. I was a young whippersnapper. I don't want to say vintage women because they're vintage wine. They get better in time. A vintage woman with experience will raise your game up. Some of these young ones, they don't know how to make an omelet. They're egghead. They're an omelet. You know what I'm saying? Just an egghead just walking around. Just crack their head like an omelet. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do this. I just know how to twerk. I just know how to twerk. I just know how to twerk. I'm an egghead. I'm an egghead. I'm an egghead. I'm an egghead. I just know how to twerk. Like, oh man, I got a video doing that too. I got so many other videos. I'm gonna let y'all go because I gotta get something to eat now. I promise y'all. I'll be back though. I've enjoyed this. Like I said, I got tons of other videos I need to get back on as well. But we are in beautiful times, but we're in dangerous times for people who are not doing the work. So that's what I'm telling you, to do the work. I'm here every day showcasing to you what the work entails and details. Attention to detail. But you got to start looking at yourself in the mirror and be like, you know what, who am I? Who are you? Who are you? So you're going to be all right, though. Don't quit on yourself. Everybody else, the rest of the world, don't give a shit about you. They think you ugly. They think you stink. They think you suck. They think all of this other stuff. Love you. Love you. And you're going to always be all right. You put the Most High, God Almighty, first. You put the Most High Yahweh first, and you're going to be all right. You listen to the Holy Mother and her spirit as she walks amongst us, and you're going to be all right. Listen to the beautiful words of our brother Yahweh Shai. You're going to be all right. You keep walking in the footsteps of your guardian angel that leads you and guides you and protects you. You're going to be all right. Keep a smile on your face, even when it's storm, even when it's raining. I promise you, you got to sometimes laugh just to keep from crying. Everybody around you, you may be losing everything. It's okay. You didn't lose that faith. You didn't lose your heart. You didn't lose your spirit. So I'm going to leave y'all on that. Clap it up for yourself. You made it through. You made it through. I made it to dinner time, y'all. So I'm about to eat. I'm about to relax, enjoy myself for a little bit. And we'll probably bring, I'm going to bring some, I still got a bunch of tabs, y'all. I don't know if I want to chew through them tonight, but I might just get back on here. Like I said, I'm here to help the people. And I got a lot of family and friends all over the world that I haven't been in touch with, that have not heard or seen me in a minute. They ain't heard none of the music I've done. So now you got a chance to hear it. Like I said, go to any of the platforms out there, any of the music platforms out there. Look up Prime Black, Prime space BLAQ, and you'll find all of the music. Start from the beginning, from The Storms Won't Last, and you'll be all right. The Water Beloveds. All praise to Allah. Thank you. Thank you. You're gonna be all right. Keep your head up. Get some mushroom chicken. That sounds delicious right now. Y'all making me hungry right now. Y'all need to stop it. Shalom, beloveds, but we're gonna keep it rising. We keep moving on up.